Hello, we are live on the channel. It's 2 minutes to 5 o'clock.
Sorry, can I do another sound check? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
Okay. It's 5 o'clock.
just checking.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. And thank you all for joining us at the board's August action meeting. I will be chairing this evening's meeting as President Wilkerson is celebrating her birthday with us this evening. Happy birthday, President Wilkerson. Happy
Thank you.
birthday. You're welcome. As you can see, we're holding the meeting virtually as we work through a few technical issues experienced last week during our joint committee meeting. During last week's committee meeting, board members met in person at district headquarters while the public attended virtually. And the purpose really was in keeping with public health guidelines that require social distancing and limit the number of people who may gather in one place. Please know that board members look forward to returning in person to school district headquarters in the future to hold our meetings while monitoring and complying with all health and safety guidelines. Thank you for your patience as we work through these challenging times together and some of these challenges that we've been experiencing. I would now like to share a few words regarding the Office of the Inspector General report, which many of you may know was released to the public yesterday. In fall of 2019, the Board of Education joined Dr. Height in requesting that the Inspector General investigate the major renovation project at Benjamin Franklin High School and Science Leadership Academy that led to the closure of their shared campus in October of 2019. The board agreed that it was crucial to have an independent investigation and to share the Inspector General's report with the public so board members and community members clearly understand what went wrong, what steps the district has taken to rectify the issues which were cited in the report, and most importantly, to ensure they do not occur in the future. The Office of the Inspector General, hereby referred to as OIG, is an independent office within the School District of Philadelphia that reports directly to the Board of Education. The OIG's mission is to promote integrity within the district and to assist the district and the board in ensuring oversight of taxpayer funds. The office is also responsible for conducting independent investigations into referrals and complaints regarding corruption, fraud, criminal activity, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. The board is committed to conducting its business transparently, which is why it is so important that this report is shared with our school communities, which have been impacted by this project and deserve to know that the school district is learning from this to prevent such issues from recurring in the future. Already, over the course of this past year, multiple steps have been taken to improve the functioning of the operations department and address many of the issues raised in this report. For the board, these include a variety of actions, such as the authorization of a project management firm to oversee and supervise district construction projects, and ongoing monitoring of the implementation of additional contingency planning through the board's Finance and Facilities Committee meetings. We know more needs to be done, and the board will be regularly and publicly monitoring these continued improvements at its committee meetings. Finally, the board deeply regrets that students, teachers, and staff at Benjamin Franklin High School and Science Leadership Academy experienced the disruption of having to relocate early in the 2020 school year, and that Ben Franklin students were learning in a building under construction with circumstances as described in the report. Please know that the board is committed to learning from this experience and taking steps to avoid similar mistakes in the future. Finally, board members greatly appreciate the work of everyone in our school communities who endeavor to improve public education in the city of Philadelphia and to help our students achieve their greatest potential. Before we begin, I'd like to ask board member Fix Lopez to share a few comments.
Thank you, Vice President. During the last meeting, Board President Wilkerson outlined 2 clear actions that we can all immediately take to advocate for additional funding to support our students and communities through the upcoming school year. I would like to reiterate these vitally important points. First, earlier this year, Pennsylvania created a new COVID-19 Disaster Emergency Health and Safety Grant Program to provide funding to school districts. This program uses an inequitable formula to distribute funding. Under the formula that was adopted, Philadelphia receives less than every other school district in the Commonwealth based on average daily membership. If these funds had been distributed using the fair funding formula, the district's share would increase from 13 million to more than 40 million. Governor Wolf can fix this. The governor still has 50 million in emergency education relief funds that can be used to make sure Philadelphia students receive their fair share of state funding. Call on the governor today and tell him to use his CARES Act Governor's Emergency Education Relief Funding to right this inequity and ensure our students have the same opportunities as all others in the state. Secondly, last month, the United States Senate Republican leadership released their proposal to provide school districts with additional emergency federal funding. While the proposal includes $70 billion for our nation's schools, the School District of Philadelphia would likely not receive a significant portion of its share due to requirements around in-person instruction. No matter how we open, this additional federal funding is essential to keep students and staff healthy, safe, and learning when school begins. We need to make sure Congress includes this $70 billion in education funding in the final agreement on the next emergency bill. And we need to make sure this funding can be used to meet local needs and not put us in a position where we have to choose between the health and safety of students and staff and the financial support needed to keep students learning. We urge the Philadelphia community to reach out to our senators and congressional members and ask them to provide our schools with $70 billion in emergency funding that can be used to address the various impacts and needs resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. This will help us address local revenue losses, make sure students and staff are healthy and safe, and keep students learning when they are not in school buildings. Please go to www.philasd.org/fundourschools to find contact information for Senator Toomey, Senator Casey, Congressman Boyle, Congressman Evans, and Congresswoman Scanlon. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for this opportunity to share this important information.
Thank you, Board Member Fix Lopez. I will now begin tonight's meeting by asking Dr. McColgan to make a general announcement for our guests.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. At every board meeting, a Board of Education meeting, a representative from the Deaf Hearing Communication Center is here to provide sign language interpretation of the proceedings. The proceedings of this meeting are being streamed live on the internet at www.philasd.org/live and can be also seen on PSTV's Comcast Channel 52 and Verizon Fios Channel 20. The proceedings are also being recorded by the School District of Philadelphia. The school district's recordings are protected by the copyright laws of the United States and may not be used in any manner without the express written consent of the school district. By participating in tonight's meeting, members of the public acknowledge that the school district may use its recordings for any purpose without obtaining permission or paying any compensation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. McColgan. Ms. Rausch, please make an announcement about the board's executive sessions and then call the roll, please. Ms. Rausch, we can't hear you.
Gotta unmute.
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
That's all right.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The Board of Education met in executive session on August 6th for privileged and confidential communications with counsel. On August 13th regarding labor relations, investigations, privileged and confidential communications with counsel, and earlier today concerning personnel and employment matters, labor relations issues, privileged and confidential communications with counsel, and information in connection with the following litigation matters. Malka K versus School District of Philadelphia, Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 2:20-CV-0129, 01297, involving IDEA claims. McRae versus School District of Philadelphia, Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 2:17-CV-04054, alleging violations of Title VI and Title IX. EFT versus School District of Philadelphia, Philadelphia County Court of Common Pleas, number 200-102262, It's an action seeking injunctive relief concerning facilities. Weathers versus School District of Philadelphia, Eastern District of Pennsylvania, number 2:18-CV-03982, involving a grant of summary judgment in the district's favor in a procurement disagreement. And Watson versus School District of Philadelphia, Philadelphia County Court of Common Pleas, number 200-800-222, alleging personal injury by a former employee. And now for the roll call. Mr. Akbar,
Present.
Ms. Danzi,
Present.
Vice President Nahia Hinton,
Present.
Ms. Fix Lopez,
Present.
Mr. Huang,
Present.
Dr. McColgan,
Present.
Dr. MacGyver,
Present.
President Wilkerson,
Present.
Superintendent Height.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roush. Board members, before we proceed, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 23rd and July 30th action meetings?
So moved.
Moved.
May I have a
Second.
second?
Second.
Oh, thank you, board members. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. The minutes are adopted. I'm going to invite Dr. Height to make his opening remarks. Okay, Dr. Height.
Thank you, Vice President Nahia Hinton. And this evening, I'm going to present the district's full reopening readiness report. But before I present that, I actually also have some comments about the release of the Inspector General report as well. And as you heard from Vice President Nahia Hinton, both the board and the district call for an investigation by the Inspector General into the projects taking place at Ben Franklin High School and Science Leadership Academy. This investigation was a critical assessment of the project from start to finish. And as I've said all along, I regret how these projects were handled, but I especially regret the ways in which they impacted our students, staff, and respective school communities. There have been many lessons learned from this, and I'm prepared to use these teachable moments to create opportunities for us to do a better job, not just with these two schools, but with these projects district-wide. An important sentence from the report indicates the district will need to demonstrate that it has learned from the failures on this project with actions instead of words. I couldn't agree more. We have taken already actions to improve the way we plan, design, and manage construction projects. The report acknowledges this reality. Some examples include, as you've already heard, increasing staffing levels in our Office of Environmental Management and Services to better support the many environmental projects underway and those that are planned. Adding more asbestos abatement companies to our roster so we can more quickly evaluate and address asbestos inspections, repairs, abatement, and testing. Hiring a construction management firm, as you heard earlier, to oversee our major renovation projects, and implementing a new indoor air quality specification in our bid materials for construction projects. To help support future relocation needs, we have begun developing dedicated swing spaces for school communities temporarily affected by environmental and/or capital projects. Our work, however, is not finished. Clearly, we have room to improve. We must and will improve. I assure you that we have learned from this experience and will continue to grow as an organization to better meet the needs of our students and our staff. So with that, I will go back to the presentation that is up. And the presentation is around our school readiness. And this evening, I want to present the district's full reopening readiness report. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I'll start with our school reopening implementation pathway that we last presented to the board on August 13th. As before, some of the steps along the pathway enable the start of the digital school model. Some enable phasing into hybrid learning, and some represent decision points that may require revisions to the reopening plan. These decision points are indicated with red dots. The grayed out steps are complete. As we continue to update and refine the implementation pathway, We split this information into 2 slides. The first here shows our critical steps from August through the start of the school year on September 2nd. Next slide, please. The next slide includes critical steps for the first quarter of the year. We are currently reviewing a fully digital option for students and families to enroll in when we transition to a hybrid model. As we review possible options, we will provide opportunities for feedback, as well as a time for students and families to fully consider the option and make a decision about enrolling. We've included an additional step here for communicating the digital learning model to families, and we'll share a specific date. We'll share a specific date when that date is available. We will continue to update and refine our critical implementation steps as needed and share the information publicly, including any necessary changes to the hybrid model in response to changing transmission rates and emergent public health guidance. The readiness report that I'll walk through in the following slides represents our readiness to meet each of these steps outlined here. Next slide, please. As was shared at the August 13th committee meeting, the readiness report is based on 6 key reopening milestones. They are digital enablement, staff coverage, people preparedness, building readiness, operational readiness, and academics. The status indicators, or green, yellow, and red dots shown here, represent our current status. Green indicates that we're on track to reopen based on the model we're implementing across the learning continuum, and that we're meeting the required deadlines on our implementation pathway. Yellow indicates we are slightly off track and a mitigation plan is needed. And red would indicate we are off track and a mitigation plan or reevaluation is required. The overall milestone status is based on a combination of leading indicators, and the 6 slides that follow provide a deeper dive into what's driving that status color. Let's take a look at digital enablement. Next slide, please. This slide represents the format for our 6 milestone slides. To orient everyone, the overall status of the milestones is indicated in the top right corner. The left side represents the leading indicators, and the right side provides an overview of upcoming key activities and critical issues or risks. To enable students to be successful in both a digital or hybrid learning environment, it's critical that every student have a device and reliable internet access. To date, every student who has been identified as needing a Chromebook has received one, including registered pre-K and kindergarten students. We'll continue to provide Chromebooks to any students who need one for digital learning. Starting a couple of days ago on August 17th, our technology distribution centers opened at 440 North Broad Street, the Fitzpatrick Elementary School Annex, and Martin Luther King High School. These centers are open from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday for receiving or repairing Chromebooks. Newly registered students can come to one of these 3 centers to pick up a Chromebook. We also continue to proactively and diligently reach out to student households by both email and phone to determine if they have access to reliable internet, as well as a Chromebook. Families that have been determined to need internet access are able to pick up a portable MiFi device at a technology distribution center. As we receive this information, we are also sharing it with city leaders who are working with local internet service providers to make reliable internet available through the PHL ConnectEd program to all Philadelphia students who need it. A status for this milestone is on track, and this evening, the board will consider an action item to provide funding to support student internet access and digital navigation services. Our upcoming key activities include opening a hotline on Monday for families to contact for help obtaining reliable internet access. This hotline will be managed by the United Way of Greater Philadelphia and Southeastern New Jersey and will provide Comcast codes through the PHL Connected program. Families will then contact Comcast and be connected through Comcast Internet Essentials or receive a portable MiFi device. In September, we will track the number of Comcast codes provided and the city will report back on the number of codes that have been activated through the PHL Connected. There are currently no critical issues or risks identified for this milestone. Next slide, please. Our academics milestone is focused on delivering an instructional model that is seamless across the learning model continuum, is aligned to grade level instructional goals, and includes social, emotional support and learning. Currently, 92% of instructional expectations and guidance have been developed and distributed to staff, including to principals and professional learning specialists last week and teachers yesterday. Principals will distribute expectations and guidance to school-based staff doing professional development starting next week. We're also providing K-12 teachers with 4 weeks of lessons for all core content areas: art, music, health and PE, English language development, and sheltered content. 50% of these lessons for K-12 were completed this week, and we were able to project that the remaining 50% will be completed by the end of the coming week. As previously discussed, our Healing Together initiative is designed to address the mental health and social and emotional needs of our students, staff, and families in trauma-informed ways. This includes teachers hosting a daily morning meeting to build community, set and reinforce expectations in a digital environment, and practice social and emotional skills. 80% of our Healing Together classrooms and family content is complete. Our status for this milestone is on track. Our upcoming key activities are focused on completing and distributing instructional expectations, content, and guidance to teachers and families. There are currently no critical issues or risks identified for this milestone. Before moving on to the next slide, however, on staffing coverage, I wanted to note that these milestones, including academics, are focused on readiness currently. Once we have begun the school year, we will also track student achievement and social and emotional indicators and outcomes. We'll be briefing the board on those metrics on September 3rd and subsequently reporting out on them throughout the school year. Next slide, please. Let's look at staffing coverage next. Here we're focused on ensuring we have the required staffing for the model we're implementing across the learning continuum. Currently, 99% of both teacher and principal roles filled to start the school year with digital learning. We also have 97 additional teachers who are supplemental teachers. Custodial staff is also a critical component of our preparation for both phasing instructional and school-based staff into school buildings while they continue to teach students digitally and phasing to a hybrid model. 265 custodial assistant roles have been filled, representing 97.1% of our needed positions. 623 general cleaning roles have been filled, representing 84.4% of our needed positions. And that leaves 115 remaining vacancies. To fill those vacancies, we have changed our process to bring candidates on site earlier and provide more direct support for completing all the required steps to be hired. We also hosted another hiring fair for those positions just today to create an additional pool of candidates who can begin the process. The status for this milestone is currently yellow as we work to ensure that we have enough general cleaner candidates who can pass all of the steps in the hiring process. Our upcoming key activities are focused on onboarding and completing hiring, as well as clarifying roles and responsibilities for all staff, including staff who will need to be on site carrying out necessary and important tasks. This includes having school leaders and managers there as well, providing direction and support. Next slide. For building readiness, we have identified 2 building readiness categories. The first is completing all health and safety readiness components, and the second is completing building ventilation certifications. There are 6 health and safety components that must be fully implemented in a school building before it is complete. They are fully cleaning the entire building, ensuring that bathrooms are fully operational and stocked, closing off all water fountain and hydration station bubble heads, and those are the things that you drink out of if you push the little button, and installing all hand sanitizing sanitation stations, installing partitions in the school office, and implementing social distancing measures for each classroom. Currently, 134, 60% of our school buildings have been fully cleaned. In addition to cleaning, hand sanitation stations have been fully installed in 47 schools. Bathrooms have been confirmed as fully operational and fully stocked in 134 schools. And all water fountain and hydration station bubble heads have been closed in 99 schools. While classrooms in many school buildings have been set up based on social distancing measures, this will be formally tracked through the submission of the school hybrid operation plan, as indicated on the implementation pathway. The second category is building ventilation certification, which is projected to be complete by October 9th. For a building to be completely certified, an air balancer must certify each classroom, identifying the maximum number of occupants based on the available CFM or fresh airflow. The maximum number of occupants for each room will be based on both required social distancing and ventilation certification, with the lower number of the identified occupants from either category being used. Building ventilation certification has already begun, and currently 25 buildings, or 11%, have been fully certified. It's important to highlight here, however, that the process of ventilation certifications identifies the maximum number of occupants in each classroom in a building in advance of phasing to the hybrid model and increasing occupancy levels. At present, all buildings meet ventilation needs to support instructional and school-based staff who want to come in and teach digitally from their classrooms or support small groups or students in school buildings. The status for this milestone is currently on track. Our upcoming key activities include installing partitions that are being delivered to school buildings and onboarding new general cleaners. There are currently no critical issues or risk identified for this milestone. Next slide. A fifth milestone is focused on people preparedness. This includes developing school leaders, teachers, and school-based staff, and empowering students and families with the information they need to start the school year digitally and be successful across the learning continuum. 221 professional development sessions have been planned in preparation for the start of the school year and through the first quarter. These include sessions on Google Meet and Zoom, math and ELA instructional frameworks, career and technical education, and world language, grounded in digital teaching and learning practices. And it also includes community building and engagement strategies in a digital environment. To date, 51 of these sessions have been delivered, and at the end of each session, staff are given a survey to assess their understanding. To support students being successful, principals, teachers, and school-based staff are developing school-specific trainings as part of the start of the year that includes systems and procedures for digital learning. We have also executed nearly 65% of the school reopening communications plan in preparation for the start of the school year. The communications activities included in the reopening communication are in addition to regular and ongoing communication and engagement efforts like the weekly Chief of Schools newsletter and Friday follow-up for school leaders, my weekly Facebook Live session, event and press availabilities, and regular messages to staff, social media use, and external relations outreach. The status for this milestone is also currently on track. Our upcoming key activities include approving all digital school operation plans and developing and sharing a back-to-school readiness checklist and an attendance and grading quick guide for families. There are currently no critical issues or risk identified for this milestone. Next slide, please. Our sixth milestone is operational readiness. This includes implementing updated school operations and health and safety procedures, ensuring we have adequate supplies and PPE and student transportation and meals. To date, 49 plans have been submitted and approved. These plans include student schedules, and once they are approved on August 21st, school leaders will communicate student schedules and other important information to students and families beginning the week of August 24th. I'll share more about these plans on the next slide. 100% of health and safety supplies and PPE needed for the first quarter have also been purchased, and 35% have been delivered to schools. The quantities of supplies for the first quarter of the school year are based on the health and safety protocols that were established for hybrid learning. This represents over 250,000 surgical masks, 245,000 plus the actual masks, and another 4,500 of those are face shields, and over 19,000 units of hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes. While we have identified the amounts of PPE required for a full year of hybrid learning, only 1 quarter's worth of materials required were ordered to balance the need to ensure that sufficient supplies were on hand to open school in whatever format was determined, but not over-purchase and potentially waste resources. Procurement has developed a system for monitoring supplies of each PPE category at each site, both as a means to track usage and to establish parameters for the timing and quantities of future orders. Finally, it's critical that we continue to provide nutritious meals to students, and since March, we have distributed more than 4 million meals. The status for this milestone is currently on track. Our upcoming key activities include receiving and approving all digital school operations plans, and preparing for the next series of PPE orders based on usage to date, existing stockpiles, and any changes in health and safety protocols. There are currently no critical issues or risk identified for this milestone. Next slide, please. I wanted to share a bit more information about the digital school operations plans. These plans represent a checklist of the systems and procedures that school leaders establish to ensure a digital learning environment that supports student achievement and social and emotional health. They include digital learning readiness and preparation, student and staff rosters, internal and external communication plans, technology inventories, leadership team membership, professional development, and systems for student supports, teacher observations, and common planning time. Next slide, please. To help keep students, families, and school community members up to date on the readiness of their individual schools, we'll also be sharing a school-by-school summary of the digital school operations plans and building readiness components that I've previously reviewed. This information will be posted to our website on next week, along with this and future readiness reports, so students and families can find their school and see the digital school operations and building readiness components that have been completed to date. So that concludes the part that I wanted to introduce as our school readiness. Also, as I conclude my remarks and my updates, while that concludes my remarks on the readiness for the 2020-2021 school year, I do want to take a moment, however, to provide a brief update on action item number 1. After considering questions raised by the board during last week's committee meeting, tonight we will be seeking approval to spend $550,000 with KJR to cover central office professional development, change management support. I have removed the $150,000 for the anti-racism leadership series for the action item. And I'd like to take a minute to explain the reasons I made this change. Both board members and speakers questioned our use of a minority firm from Boston to provide anti-racism training for senior district leaders. In addition, some noted that KJR did not appear to have expertise or cited experience in providing anti-racism professional development. We are a large organization with close to 20,000 employees, and it's very important to us, or for us, to provide a variety of training opportunities for our staff. So we naturally rely on internal experts and coaches, local firms, and national organizations, depending on the topic and employee groups to be developed. For example, in the last 18 months, the Office of Teaching and Learning staff have delivered professional development related to culturally responsive teaching and managing unconscious bias. We've engaged with the National Seed Project based in Massachusetts to develop school leaders. And our senior district leaders have worked with the Equity Lab based in Washington, D.C., and supported by subcontractors that are experts here in Philadelphia on leading for equity. We can and will continue to use the best professionals from within the district, locally and nationally as our work demands, to create an anti-racist organization. That said, while KJR is a national expert with deep experience providing leadership and change management training, I've considered and agree with the questions around KJR's specific expertise in providing anti-racist training. Admittedly, we have not tested their expertise in anti-racism training, and therefore I'm asking that that part of the work be removed from action item number 1. I'm seeking approval for the remaining investment of $550,000 with KJR for central office development and change management support, 2 areas where KJR has deep, clear expertise and areas in which we have successfully experienced support from KJR since 2018. So thank you, Madam Vice President, and that concludes my updates for this afternoon.
Sorry, guys. Thank you, Dr. Height. Okay, board members, I will be calling you in small groups to ask if you have any questions or comments. I'd like to begin with Mr. Akbar, Ms. Danzy, and President Wilson. Do you have any comments or questions?
I want to thank Dr. Height for the update and the format in which it was presented, and appreciate the input that board members, in particular Dr. McIver and some of the other board members have provided. I think this will enable us to monitor the work done, and I think it'll also enable the entire district to communicate clearly with the public about where we are. There is a lot of concern about the readiness to go back into schools, and I think having this kind of clear format is a real step forward. So I appreciate the work that your entire staff has done on that.
And thank you, President Wilson. Happy birthday to you, by the way. Also want to thank the board members for their input in that document, and particularly the input around providing a school by school look at that information. I just think that's critically important.
Quick question. I agree. This has really been a big effort, and you've really done a great job, and it's clear you've listened to our concerns and tried to incorporate them. In terms of the ventilation, now, is that, because I'm still confused on that one, is that relative to how much air is coming into the building? And if so, would that vary come wintertime?
Yes, I think that's relative to the fresh air that's coming into the building, Board Member Danzy. And if I know Alicia Prince is on the line, so I'll ask her to clarify anything else if I've missed a part of that. Alicia.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, Dr. Height is correct. So that is related to the fresh air that comes into the building. And so yes, in the winter months, we still want to keep that fresh air circulating in the building. So we will have to balance it out to make sure our humidity doesn't go up and then cause any additional issues in the building. But keeping fresh air input into the building, sometimes it happens through the HVA system. Some systems have mechanical ventilation built in. Systems that are not set that way, we will keep the fresh air flowing through windows being open in the buildings.
Okay, so that means no matter how cold it gets, that some windows will have to be open.
We would prefer to keep windows open based off guidance that we have from the CDC and ASHRAE based on this issue in keeping ventilation at high levels and fresh air intake at high levels. But again, we will balance that out with keeping the heat going as well to keep the temperature in the room balanced.
Okay. And I guess my last one, Dr. Height, is on the training for performance development. I don't know whether you said you were on track or not. I was just looking at them and I'm kind of was thinking in my head of we start September, 16th, and kind of that's a tight time frame. And it looked like we have a big amount still needing to participate. Are these trainings optional, or are they a required process?
No, those trainings are not optional. They are required. Some individuals already have that skill set. And so but you have to demonstrate that you have that skill set. And for those who do not, those are required trainings. And we have the next 2 weeks too. So by the way, where teachers return on Monday.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Mr. Akbar.
Yeah, so like this is less about a question and more about just observation and, you know, being a short time here on the board. And this is not a statement, but it's more of like when I'm hearing school reopening, look at the IG report, some of the racial justice and equity work that's trying to be done. Hear students testify just sort of every week about things that aren't happening in schools. You know, it strikes me that, you know, like change happens at the speed of trust, right? And this is not anybody's intent, because every time I read a plan, like there's some full-on thought by some well-intentioned folks. And this is more like just our entire community, especially us as a board. You know, the language of restoration and then the action of restoration are sometimes a couple of different things. And while we have acknowledged a lot, you know, there's the action of restoration that I see, you know, full well. I just want us to continue to look at that lens, because no matter what plans we have, you know, the trust is an issue across the board. And like I said, it's not anybody's intention. Some of these things are generational, right? And we just so happen to be the stewards right now of some of that lack of generational trust, and really focus in and hone in on naming the actions of restoration that are happening, continue to garner some trust, because like I said, no matter what we sort of present out, or no matter what the district presents out, regaining trust, you know, in terms of restoration is super important, because folks need to rally around, you know, what some of those things are. We could debate, you know, all day, we could disagree all day, but it strikes me, you know, sort of early on that you know, the trust is an issue that, you know, we must continue to raise, and the restoration of those things, we got to continue to elevate and speak that language and make sure these things are actionable as well.
I couldn't agree more, Board Member Akbar. In fact, we had a student town hall yesterday, and this very issue came up, where young people who had graduated from schools several years back have said, like, these were problems when we were in school. And while we see the policy, we don't see the actions necessarily in our school. And I think while plans are important, actions are more important. And as you indicated, to build trust or to reestablish trust, I do think that it's going to be our actions that have a lot more to do with that than our plan.
Okay, thank you. The next group is Board Member Fix Lopez and Mr. Huang, Board Member Huang.
Thank you. I have one quick question, and then I have a short statement I'd like to read. So my question relates back to the green light for academics, and I understand and appreciate the explanation that was given. I do just hear some conflicting things coming from the communities. I recently was, again, connecting with Be It Lead and other, and Asian Americans United and other immigrant groups, as well as we received a letter today from a collective of OTs and PTs, essentially saying the same thing just about their respective areas of work, saying that they don't feel that they really know what's going on. They don't feel that they understand, you know, what is happening for them to be able to implement and move forward. So with the OTs and PTs, it's obviously much more technical on evaluations and resources and such of working with their caseloads. For Be It Lead and Asian Americans United and other groups, in particular, working with immigrant families that are not even English speakers, and also obviously a separate group, but they also articulated this concern with special ed students with special ed needs or IEPs. When are they going to get communication, and how are we making sure that it gets to immigrant communities that are not native English speakers? My understanding is that we see it in board meetings with the updates, the Facebook Lives. I appreciate the sign interpretation, but that's about as far as it goes in terms of really making sure that that messaging is clear. A quick response would be awesome, and then I just have a quick statement. You're on mute, Dr. Hyde, I'm sorry.
We actually have meetings set up with Viet Lead and the Asian American United. They requested meetings, so we actually have some meetings set up with them. But a lot of individuals are going to begin to get information next week, Board Member Fix Lopez, because we have to approve those plans first. And so as we approve those plans, then schools are free to then begin to communicate. However, there are some things that are coming that will go to students with special needs, children who are learning English, children who need interpretation, that we're going to have to do more centrally, and we'll have an update for you on that. And I know Malika's on the phone, on the line as well, but just to keep it quick, that actually will come out centrally from the district headquarters to many of those families in the language that they speak, the language of the home.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you meeting with Viet Lead and Asian Americans United. I just want to, not all immigrant groups have that organization to come out and have that advocacy. So just making sure we're not missing other groups as well. But I would like to also read a quick statement. My statement is actually directed at board members. So board members, according to the IG report, in the January 31st, 2019 construction meeting, the minutes noted 6 East will not be complete by August. At the following scheduled construction meeting on February 14th, 2019, the SLA principal raised concerns about the progress of the SLA side of the building. The meeting minutes noted SLA is concerned that the overall project deadline will not be met. The SLA principal again sounded considerable alarm in a July 11th, 2019 email. This is all from the IG report. The principal wrote, "I am at a loss to see how this will be completed, but for the start of the school year." The IG report also noted that alarms were sounded multiple times by the principal of Ben Franklin. Last summer, on August 29th, 2019, the board was invited to a walkthrough at SLA Ben Franklin. This was supposed to be a big shining moment to unveil a building ready to open. While I was not in attendance because I had recently given birth, I was contacted by board members after, listening as they expressed concern that they were puzzled as to how this would be ready to open on time. Board members expressed that despite voicing their concerns, they were assured by the administration that all would be ready to go for school reopening, that the green light had been given. I strongly feel the Board of Education was left in the dark completely about concerns of progress on this project. From January 2019 to August 2019, I have not one recollection of ever being truly warned of concerns of timeline completion or the complexity of safety issues. Yes, we were told it wasn't an easy project. Yes, we were updated on adjustments that had been made to assure it was safe, which was oftentimes attached to a construction change order where we were being asked to authorize. But we were assured that everything was on track and our concerns and anxieties about this were mostly dismissed, that we needed to trust the process. To me, the IG report shows actions of indifference by the superintendent to the health and safety concerns raised by the staff. This was then followed by deliberately assuring the board that, while the situation was challenging, it was under control. Since spring 2019, we, the board, have been working on our goals and guardrails, the goals and indicators that will help us focus on the work around student achievement. It is our duty to move the district forward in student achievement, assuring our young people are learning and our teachers and staff have what they need to make it happen. We have analyzed case studies, read peer-reviewed articles, attended workshops and conferences, and much more in order to make sure we understand the board's role in student achievement. We've analyzed what works in other large districts and have reflected on why Philadelphia is essentially at the bottom in terms of real academic outcomes. There has been no real academic improvement despite the significant investments. The Council for Great City Schools previously did a survey under the SRC to understand how boards use their time. It was revealed that little to no time was spent exclusively and deliberately focusing on student achievement by the SRC, when in fact it is suggested that the large portions of our time should be spent on just that. We know research shows that unless we focus on academics with purpose and intensity, nothing will get better in our schools. Over the past 2 years, we have been constantly pulled in every which direction, every direction other than focusing on student achievement. Right now, we should be focusing on reopening plans through the lens of student achievement. Right now, we should be discussing racial justice through the lens of student achievement. Right now, we should feel connected to and in sync with the community around us, making reopening plans be realized and successful through the lens of student achievement, working together, building trust. But due to continued missteps of failed management, we remain embroiled in issues and problems that should have been handled long ago by leadership. Board members, we cannot flee this moment. It is uncomfortable, it is scary, it is Herculean. It is beyond a teachable moment. I have had the privilege to get to know all of you over the past 2 years. I wholeheartedly believe we are all in this for the right reason. I really do. We cannot accept this. This is not isolated. This is not an anomaly. As a board, we can only make decisions based on the information we are given, and we need to be able to trust in what we are told. That's no longer easy for me, and I desperately, desperately want it to be. Board members, I believe we have worked so hard to make sure we are asking the right questions. We have agonized over and over again about this. I am continually amazed at how hard you all work and how much you all care about our responsibilities to the children, the parents, our school communities, and the taxpayers. However, if we are not given full information, transparent information, timely information, we cannot make informed decisions. Board members, I ask you to remember that and also remember why we are all really here as we continue forward with each action as we take as a board. And I just want to echo something that Board Member Akbar said. I thought he had a really powerful statement in his phrase, change happens at the speed of trust. And I just want to make sure that we don't forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McColgan and Dr. McIver, do you have any comments or questions?
I have questions, Vice President Ahea Hinton. Can I go?
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
3 questions, Dr. Haidt. The first 2 about the IG's report. You know, like you, I was troubled by the findings, and I know you've been hard at work throughout to figure out how we can do better by our staff and students. It's your job to get these things right. It's our job to hold you accountable to get them right. And so as I was reading through all the pages and all the footnotes, I kept coming back to the levers that you have as superintendent to do better in the future, which in my mind include resource allocation, organizational structure, and administrative procedures. And I know you've hired consultants to help you in all these areas, and it's your responsibility to implement that advice and to see it through. But I guess what I wanted to hear from you tonight is related to, but deeper than things like resource allocation and organizational structure and administrative procedures, which is culture, which is another way that you as superintendent get things done, is to create a culture where things are getting done. And one of the big takeaways for me from the IG's report was the need for a drastic change away from a culture that rushes things and doesn't flex well when things don't go right and isn't bubbling up problems or solutions fast enough. And as Board Member Fix Lopez noted, giving the board the appropriate information so that we can keep tabs. And so my first question is, what are you going to do to create that culture that is more responsive and more accountable? And on a related note, can you talk about your incoming COO and how you're going to onboard, empower, and manage him as part of that culture change?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Wong, for the question. And as you know, we did work with some consultants to do a strategic plan in our operations division. And they came in and looked at the whole division and talked about, number one, the talent that existed in the division, but unfortunately, that they also talked about, because the group wasn't led and was actually trying to hustle to complete tasks as quickly as possible, those things were not always strategic. And so making sure, number one, we have a way to implement that strategic plan. We onboard the new COO that I'm excited about, who will start on Monday. It's a gentleman who has done work around capital projects, both for the Air Force, and has a mechanical engineering and a civil engineering degree, and has worked in capital projects in a school district. In addition to that, though, I do think this notion of culture and having a structure that is within our district and within our protocols that then monitors where we are with respect to progress on all of these types of things. And those progress points are things like student achievement or the goals and guardrails that the board have established. But those projects are also critically important things like capital projects, and whether or not those things are on track or not. And if they're not on track, making sure that we provide for the governing body that information, much like we've done with the ERP, or much like we had done before with the student information system. And so I do think that we have to reorganize ourselves, restructure ourselves to make sure that there are internal protocols so that people are not just hustling around trying to complete tasks as quickly as possible, but instead trying to make sure that we're meeting dedicated and real milestones that we've set for ourselves. And if in fact we are not meeting those, talk about why we're not meeting those and what needs to change, or what do we need in addition to do or to stop doing in order to meet those.
I appreciate that. Just to push back and also to echo what Board Member Fix Lopez was saying, I think an important part of culture, which starts from the superintendent on down, is, and look, I understand that this is all about trade-offs. There are no absolutes. We have some tough decisions. You have some tough decisions. But creating a culture in which, if there are issues that are raised, that they're taken seriously, and that information does bubble up to the top and does not get hidden because of an overriding desire for urgency or a certain timeline. My second question, and I don't want to lose amid all of this, that to me, the premise of the SLA Ben Franklin renovation is really interesting and potentially something that we want to do more of in the future, particularly given the challenges we face with underutilization of some schools and limited resources system-wide, not to mention some of the interesting collaborations that can happen when you locate multiple schools in one building. And I was wondering, Dr. Haidt, if you can sift through all of the construction missteps and draw out some broader lessons learned, things that we did well, things that we did not do well, that can inform whether and how we can consider and potentially implement co-locations in the future.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the things that did work well with respect to Ben Franklin, one of the few things that worked well was the students being a part of the design of that facility and really talking through what they felt like they needed in order to see in a design to create a learning environment. I think that was one thing that was very successful. I do think that at the end of the day, the project is something that we should and continue to pursue, given the fact that, considering the fact that we're using a more appropriate timeline in order to do that the scope is clear and structured in a way that provides us with ample opportunity to have fallback contingency plans and those types of things. I do think we also have to revisit how we scope projects as well, and how we always take the lowest bid, and really talk about the types of things that we want to see in order to make sure that we are able to get the type of service and support around these types of projects that are needed in order to create the type of school we wanted to see with Ben Franklin SLA.
Okay, last question. I appreciated the presentation during last week's committee meeting by Dr. Abigail Gray around the integration of emotional and mental health supports to ensure that all our students are in the best position possible to perform academically, in spite of all the restrictions and in spite of everything that's happening in the world and in their worlds. And I would like to hear more from you as superintendent about how we're going to make sure that particularly our children with extra challenges are fully supported to not just survive this whole ordeal, but to excel in the classroom.
Yeah, and that's what you heard during the committee meeting. And if you heard from Dr. Abigail Gray, who's an expert in this field, and it really is the work that we've tried to do, that we've started several years ago, that we're trying to do around supporting young people and making sure we're supporting them, not just with a determination that just because they may behave a certain way that then they're eligible for some sort of service, but trying to get to the root cause of that behavior and really deal with those types of issues, both for the child, for the school community. But it's also really important to equip individuals who are working in their schools with the necessary skills to be responsive to those young people when they see those types of behaviors, because those behaviors could be an indication of something more broadly that's happening with that child or that young person. It is really important that we become much better, a lot more cohesive around those types of strategies, much better equipped to utilize those strategies as a district, And so that's really important because the social and emotional aspects are foundational for us to be able to teach a child to read or to do math or to feel safe or to feel supported and cared for in the school.
Thank you, Dr. Height. Madam Vice President, I have no further questions. Madam President, happy birthday.
Dr. McIver? Do you have comments or questions?
I do, and I'm going to be redundant, but I wrote these comments prior to hearing Mr. Huang's comments and Mr. Akbar's comments, and so I want to read those comments, and then I have 4 questions that don't really require an answer. I just want the district to be thinking of these. So I'm going to read my statement first. I consider the problems brought up in the IG report similar to the issues that have led to the movement to defund police. In Black and Brown communities, we understand that this is not an issue of a few bad cops, but an issue of the structure and culture of policing that has led to disparate ways we are policed as a group. In this instance, what is needed is a dismantling of the structure and culture that has supported, reinforced, and promoted these practices. I believe the school district is no different. The structure and culture of the ways the district does business brought us to this point. The ways that the district was dismissive of voices outside of 440 is highly problematic, particularly when those voices were the boots on the ground, capable of providing the most valuable feedback to ensure a successful project completion. It is more than just actions. What is needed is a dismantling of the structure and culture that made a Ben Franklin SLA happen. So that's my statement. These are my questions and comments on the presentation. One, I don't know how the district has control over this, but I just wanted to read this because it's my underlying concern around reopening. I do not understand how we can plan for an opening in the absence of a larger plan for managing COVID-19 until a vaccine is available. In my understanding, the only way to control and contain the spread of COVID-19, we need rapid testing, contact tracing, and containment strategies that allow us to stop community spread and stop super spreader events. This does not appear to be on the horizon. I do not see that it will be in place by our target date for reopening. I'd like to know how we can push for this or demand this as a condition of reopening. I'm sorry, my kids are talking on our Google Home, if you could hear that. So that was my comment about reopening, and then how are we aligning these other practices that will help us open. And then my 3 quick questions. I don't know how to turn this off. Okay, here are my other quick questions. For the online digital plan that parents have to decide on by the 30th, will it include options for students in AP and IB courses? Will it impact school staffing as the original plan had? And how will the hybrid model be communicated to the public? And what is the mechanism for getting feedback? And I think it is, I had one more quick question that I just keep coming back to. How is it possible for us to fix all of the ventilation problems in over 200 schools in the short period of time if we weren't able to do it before? The math doesn't make sense to me. And I want to know if we are able to actually do that in the 3 months or not even, why couldn't we do this before? So those are my questions.
Thank you, Dr. McIver. Before we go to committee reports,
Did Dr. McIver want a response to?
I think you said they were just questions, or did you want an answer?
The ones that you can answer, I'd love for you to answer, and the ones that need, just say we will get back to you, that's fine. And then I think Dr. McGulkin didn't go.
Oh, you didn't go, Maria? I'm so sorry.
Did you? Okay. So yes, I would like any answers to questions that you can provide. That would be great.
Yes, so we're assessing the ventilation problems. I mean, so that is a part of the assessment, where we cannot assure that the ventilation is appropriate. It doesn't suggest that they will all be fixed, but where we do not have ventilation, as I indicated, long before this, we would have to take those areas of the building or rooms of the building offline. But the air balancing talks about the number or maximum number of individuals who could be in a classroom or an area based on the ventilation that exists in the classroom at that particular time. So it doesn't suggest that all ventilation is fixed. What it does suggest, though, is what it communicates to me is that we have a process for understanding whether or not we have the appropriate fresh air that's coming into an area where people are, and based on that fresh air, how many individuals could essentially be in that room and it still be safe, so that it controls the spread of the virus.
Wait, can I just ask on that? So if, for instance, you have a school where half of the classrooms can't provide the appropriate ventilation that is needed, then what does that mean for that student population? Because we're already trying to cut that. Like, what will happen then?
Yeah, I think, and thank you for the question, Dr. McIver. And one of the slides, as one of the slides indicated, talked about, we're going to look at social distancing and the air balancer report. And we will take the number, whichever is the lowest. So both of those will produce a maximum number of children that could be in a building. The air balancer report comes back and say, based on the air or the ventilation in this area, only one person can be in this class, then we can't use that classroom. But if it says, if we have a class and after we do the 6-foot social distancing, and maybe let's say 15 children can be in the class, but then the air balancer goes in and says, based on the ventilation in this class, only 8 children can be in here, then we would have to readjust that to 8 students. So that's how we're utilizing this process. The air balancer just gives us the maximum number of individuals based on the fresh air that is circulating in an area of the building or a classroom.
So just a quick, so that it sounds to me that it seems that we would be simultaneously needing to be looking for other alternative spaces that are available as we're doing this.
Yeah, correct. Yes, and that would show up on the milestones in terms of the number of classrooms that would be able to be used in a particular school.
Okay.
Yeah. And then to your other questions, with what would be the impact of, I think you said IB and AP.
Right, for the digital.
If we could get that response back to you, and we've been looking at the IB question because you had asked that before. And then the other was, when will parents be notified of what the hybrid schedule will look like?
Yeah, for the digital question was about, will if a lot of parents opt in, is that going to affect staffing? I think that was a big issue in the original plan, that it was going to affect school staffing. And is that still the case?
Thank you for that question. One of the things that we are attempting to do now, and this is one of the reasons we could utilize more of the time, is that by starting schools with children assigned to their teacher, if individuals choose to remain in a digital environment, we want them also assigned to that teacher, so that we're not moving a bunch of people around at November 17th. And so if people want to remain virtual, they will still be with that teacher, but it buys us time to construct our learning management system in order to do that. And so we flipped on that because we heard loud and clear that individuals wanted to be with their child's teacher at their child's school.
Dr. McColgan?
So just a couple quick things. Piggybacking on everybody else's comments in regard to going forward, preventing the missteps, that we saw in the IG's report, and having a culture where the individuals on the ground, teachers, principals, contractors, students, et cetera, feel like they can speak up. Part of that is knowing that the concerns will be heard. And I think that was a big issue, obviously. And so is there going to be measures put in place to, when there are multiple concerns raised, that somehow it gets flagged either through a technology or something like that, so that it, rises to the COO to look at it so that we don't have this happen again?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Dr. McColgan. And that goes back to a question that Board Member Wong asked. And and he was talking about the new COO. The new COO is also, we've shared the IG's report with him as well. We've talked about systems that would prevent those types of things, and really making sure that there is constant feedback from stakeholders that are involved in the actual project. So we have some projects now that are happening, that were happening before we came out of school, with other individuals in those buildings, where we are constantly getting information from the individuals who are in those buildings. But that's a lot more. I mean, we have the capacity to do that now with the construction management firm that we have, that we didn't have. And we had individuals just walking around talking to individuals at certain schools, and then you may not circle back to that school for a couple of weeks. But with the construction management firm, that is happening more on a regular basis, and individuals understand where they can go to actually say, hey, this doesn't seem right, doesn't feel right. And here's a concern that I'd like to raise.
And the last one, the other building renovations besides the ventilation, because you already answered that. When do you anticipate all the other building renovations that were on that slide, building readiness things rather, to be completed? Is that by September, by November, the bobbleheads, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, so we have, so some have different dates that are attached to those. And all of those are based on individuals returning to the building on November 17th or after November 17th. So we want those things completed, I would say by the end of October, so that we all have the information about the readiness of those schools.
Thank you. Before we move on to committee reports, I just want to briefly say, I won't belabor or repeat what has been said, but do agree with many of the statements that have been made. I will say, Dr. Height, that what's going to be critical, and just looking at the chart and looking at some of the missteps in the IG report, the communication is really super critical. And so thank you, Dr. McColgan, for asking that question. And I think that even in terms of what our responsibility as a board, going back to Board Member Akbar as well as Fix Lopez, it is in terms of trust, right? I think it's a matter of trusting that that as we move forward with future projects, that some of these systems and that lessons have been learned. And my assumption is that the COO is going to be combing through that IG report, as you have indicated, to put in systems where some of those things are corrected. So I will wait with great anticipation.
Madam Vice President, if I could just share,
yes.
I got more information to a question that Dr. McColgan just
yes.
raised. So the bubbleheads on all of the water fountains will be done by September 4th. All hand sanitizer stations will be installed by September 15th. So we have multiple dates for different things.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two I had right in front of me. So I wanted to add those.
Okay, thank you. This month, the board held a joint meeting of the Finance and Facilities Committee and Student Achievement and Support Committee. This month, I have asked Board Member Dan Z to provide the Finance and Facilities Committee report, and Dr. McIver will provide a brief report on action items that were discussed at the Student Achievement and Support Committee. We will start with the Finance and Facilities Committee update report.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We received 4 reports from staff related to finance of facilities during the joint committee meeting. First, we heard from Dwayne Baum, Senior Deputy Director of Commerce for the City of Philadelphia, on action item number 9, as it relates to the Keystone Opportunity Zone program, referred to as KOZ. Mr. Baum provided a presentation on the proposed KOZ site while answering board questions surrounding the development of the site, revenue versus loss, and opportunities for district students in the surrounding community to receive career training and employment opportunities. Second, we heard from Ori Munson, Chief Financial Officer, who provided us with a brief financial update. Mr. Manson shared information about the district's fourth quarter year-end report, including year-end revenues, expenditures, and fund balances. Next, we heard from Chief of Staff Naomi Wyatt, who provided us with an update on the district's organizational chart, which included updates on the district's new Chief Operation Officer, information on the CSPR, and the transition of the Procurement Office to the Office of Finance. Lastly, we heard several key updates on facility issues from Alicia Prince, Acting Chief Operating Officer. Those updates included information on facility readiness work for the reopening of school buildings and hiring general cleaners. Board members requested a quarterly update on change orders and minority participation rates at future meetings. Board members asked for clarity around action item 5, contract with Carahsoft for licensing of the Zoom Enterprise video conferencing tool suite, and action item 7, FEMA reimbursement of costs related to COVID-19. Board members asked questions regarding the integration of Zoom technologies with current remote learning technologies used by the district, where training will be provided to staff in advance of school openings. Finally, we heard from one student speaker who raised concerns about racial discrimination and shared their experience at a magnet and special admission school in the district, and urged the board to provide students of color the supports that they need. Since the meeting, we have received a letter of support on action item 9, authorization of Keystone Opportunity Zones from Mayor Kinney and Councilman Kenyatta Johnson, which I'd like to read in the record at this time. Addressed to Joyce Wilkerson, Chair, Philadelphia Board of Education. Renewal of Keystone Opportunity Zones. Dear Ms. Wilkerson, we strongly support renewal of the Keystone Opportunity Zone, known as KOZ program, at the former refinery complex. First, the proposed logistic hub will generate thousands of jobs for Philadelphia residents, both during redevelopment and afterwards. The redeveloper, Hillco Redevelopment Partners, has indicated willingness to make specific binding commitments regarding recruitment and training of local workers. These commitments would be formalized in a community benefits agreement negotiated with, known as CBA, negotiated with neighboring community organizations prior to finalization of KOZ renewal. An economic opportunity plan, referred to as EOP, which will also be executed prior to finalization of KOZ renewal, will set ambitious goals for diversity and inclusion. 1, 50% participation in contracts by minority-owned firms, construction and professional services. 2, 50% share of all hours worked attributable to minority workforce. 3, 50% share of all hours worked attributable to local residents. Second, this redevelopment will demolish refinery infrastructure, closing the door on refinery operations that have polluted Philadelphia's air, ground, and water for over 150 years. Third, the redeveloper, in partnership with Energy Transfer Partners, is committing up to $500 million for environmental remediation. This remediation is not only important to surrounding neighbors, but to the entire region, given the site's position straddling the Schuylkill River and the intensifying effects of climate change. Fourth, the redevelopment's viability is predicated upon the continued designation of the site as a KOZ. However, Hillco will adopt a payment in lieu of taxes known as pilot. Agreement will adopt a payment in lieu of taxes agreement requiring payment of $1.36 million annually, an amount equal to 110% of the real estate taxes owed absent KOZ designation. The school district will receive $748,000, representing 55% of this annual payment. The pilot is in addition to estimated local tax revenue of $30 million during redevelopment and $40 million once the project reaches full capacity. This additional tax revenue will help us to continue to ensure that the school district's financial stability remains a budgetary priority as we have done through the fiscally best and worst of times. Because of the property's incredible potential and for the reasons above, we believe that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform a massive, vacant, blighted albatross into a sustainable 21st century economic engine for our city and region. It also presents an opportunity to directly benefit Philadelphia public school students, residents, and communities via innovative programming and partnerships. Accordingly, we respectfully request that you join us in uplifting our great city economically and environmentally by supporting the renewal of KOC designation at the refinery complex. Sincerely, James F. Kinney, Mayor, Kenyatta Johnson, Council Member, 2nd District, CC, all board members. Additionally, we have received outreach from Bob Hearn, Michael Swanwick, Linda Reagan, Marianne Porter, Sherry Jones, Kenneth Daly, and members of Philly Thrive in opposition to action item 9. These individuals are Philadelphia residents who are concerned about the developer Hillco and ask that written commitments be established for this project. Thank you. That concludes my report, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Board Member Danzy. Next, we will hear from Student Achievement and Support Committee, Dr. McIver. Please share your committee report.
Thank you. Our joint meeting began with a presentation on school reopening efforts as we prepare to start the 2021 school year remotely. Naomi Wyatt, Chief of Staff, provided an update on the district's digital learning implementation pathway and provided examples of school progress monitoring for both the procurement of supplies and facilities readiness. Ms. Wyatt also provided an update on the reopening readiness report and identified the 6 buckets that the district will be focusing on to identify when a school is ready to return to hybrid or in-person learning. I will not be summarizing the report as you heard more recent updates from Dr. Height in his report earlier in the meeting today. Second, we heard from Christina Grant, Chief of Charter Schools, who provided us with a brief update on reopening instructional models and health and safety plans for the 86 charter schools within our district. Next, we heard from Dr. Abigail Gray, Department Chief of School Climate and Culture, who provided us an update on the district's work around climate and culture initiatives. Lastly, we heard from Tanya Wolford, Chief of District Research, Evaluation and Accountability, who shared an update on PDE school plans and the academic and climate priorities for the 2021 school year. Ms. Wolford also provided information on the comprehensive support and intervention schools and a change in plan outcomes. We discussed action item 1, contract with KGR Consulting for professional development and proposed resolutions for Black Lives Matter Week. Board members specifically raised concerns regarding KJR's consulting's experience or lack thereof with anti-racist work and how the district measures the work of KJR. Board members also asked if the district has explored options to engage with groups who are local and understand the culture of Philadelphia and lived experiences specific to our students and communities, and how the work is aligned throughout the district at every level with this work. Ms. Wyatt highlighted action item 24, contract with Urban Affairs Coalition, Philadelphia High School for Girls, and provided clarity around why this specific action item came later than expected. We heard from speakers who raised concerns against action items 1, 10, and 20. Additionally, speakers expressed concerns for students for whom virtual learning did not work in the spring. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. McIver. Board members, are there any questions? I have to check the little, no, okay. Moving forward. Next on our agenda is hearing from our registered speakers who are registered to speak on action items we're considering at this meeting. We will hear from speakers on general topics later in our agenda after we have voted on tonight's business. If you are registered to speak on an action item this evening, this is the time to please log on to the meeting with the information shared by our staff earlier today. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge written testimony received. The board received written testimony from Alexandra Avelin, who requested the board vote no on paying $700,000 to KJR Consulting and hire experienced Philadelphia activists to support the district's anti-racism work. She also asked a hashtag police free schools resolution be introduced and the school police budget be redistributed to counselors, nurses, and unarmed school climate supports. Amy Henderson asked the board to vote no on action item 1, contract with KJR Consulting for professional development, and feels the district needs anti-racist teachers that know the city and suggests we can do better than a company with a primarily white executive team. Kate Miller also expressed concerns about action item 1, contract with KJR Consulting, and concerns with remote learning for EL students. Ms. Miller feels professional development should promote the development of teachers within the district and their leadership in teaching others, and that scheduling of training for EL and classroom teachers, remote instruction, need to take into consideration collaboration and co-planning. Blossom Kaleo, who works as a paraprofessional in the district, stated their union is under contract negotiations and requested the board take into consideration their already low wages and their struggle to thrive as this contract is negotiated. Sherry Michaud feels the proposed contract with KJR Consulting is an example of an unnecessary and wasteful expenditure and questioned the hiring process of district employees, asking if qualified applicants are being identified. In addition, she suggested training be developed in-house by employees who have completed KJR training in the past that can be modeled after the KJR sessions, but accommodated to fit the needs of the district. Kathleen Butts wrote to address 3 items. She requested the board vote no to action item 1, contract with KJR Consulting, vote yes to action item 26, proposed Black Lives Matter resolution, and to insist the board be provided with school safety checklists for reopening as discussed during the first action meeting. PFT members from the Saul School wrote to express support for the district's decision to begin the school year virtually and to express their greatest priorities and concerns for online learning and an eventual return to physical buildings during the pandemic, to include concerns unique to their school as well as concerns that are more universal. Rory McDonald expressed concerns about having school resource officers inhabiting our school buildings, stating it is felt they are symbols of police brutality, the effects of which are psychologically tormenting. Lastly, Horace Clouden, who is registered to speak this evening, provided board members with a binder of information to supplement his testimony. This information can be found online with the other written testimony we received for this evening's meeting. Ms. Roush, would you please share our speakers policy and then call our first group of speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice President. On behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to thank members of the public for input on school district matters and issues, including those being considered this evening. With respect to every speaker's time, we will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute time limit. There will be a timer on the screen, and after 3 minutes, your time will be up. Student speakers, elected officials, and those speaking on action items are prioritized on the agenda, and up to 4 members will speak on each action item. Written testimony submitted in advance of the start of the meeting will be included in the record. When I call your name, your line will be unmuted by the host and you can begin your testimony. And everybody, please remember there's a 2-minute time lag between the live stream and the Zoom platform. So as we approach your speaker number, please make sure that you're by your phone or your computer or tablet or other device to access Zoom. And if you miss your speaker slot, we're not able to go backwards. I'm going to call 5 speakers at a time so people have extra time to be on standby. Our first speaker is Rory McDonald. After that, we have Sinai Browning, Edward Brown, Yalda Ramani, and Shyla Street. Is Rory McDonald here?
Yes.
Okay, you can start. Thank you.
Esteemed members of the board, the issue of school policing is very close to my heart, so I appreciate this opportunity to have my input recorded. The school resource officers which inhabit our buildings are symbols of the police brutality that is one of the most divisive and critical issues in our nation. Perhaps you think there's no connection between a guard against school shootings and the shocking correlation between racial injustice in our educational and judicial systems. But to know the people who protest police brutality every week, to see the flood of heartbreak and trauma that surges in police violence cause to our young people, and to befriend Black guys and girls who don't want to continue at my school because they think it's racist, and then to come to school every morning and be searched by one of those officers is beyond symbolic. It's psychologically tormenting. Now, if you aren't convinced, I wouldn't be surprised. The emotions of your students of color may not seem as important as the police that are supposed to protect them. However, according to an ACLU report, when suspected of committing the same crimes, Black boys are 3 times more likely to be arrested than their white counterparts. For immigrant students, police presence also increases the risk of deportation for themselves and their family members. Research and the experiences of countless students, educators, and families have taught us that police in schools create a toxic school climate and fuel the school-to-prison pipeline. If supporting the system of mass incarceration that has plagued our nation since Reconstruction-era America is not enough to convince you of the danger of school policing, then perhaps an account of the actual physical danger created for students of color in our city will be. For example, at Benjamin Franklin High School, a young Black student attempted to enter the bathroom without a hall pass. He was stopped by a school cop who, when faced with the frustrations of a child who needed to relieve himself, saw no option but to repeatedly punch the young man in his face and even choke him. He then forced the sole witness of this incident to delete the footage. We were fortunate enough to have cloud storage, which prevented the destruction of evidence by an officer of the law. At some point after the incident there, a school policing complaint system was created. I would remind those who take pride in such methods of police reform of incidents like the one at Sauce Cohen Elementary School. On October 20th, 2017, a school police officer was asked to remove an upset 3rd grader from his art class and subsequently assaulted him in a nearby bathroom. When the parents of this child went to the school district, the school policing complaint system was not presented as an option for them. So while $31 million annually goes towards the perpetuation of the prison industrial complex and the abuse of 3rd graders, students will continue to be harmed by lead paint, see Dean Pagan from 2018, and threatened by asbestos. While $31 million goes to school policing, there were just 7 certified librarians employed in the Philadelphia School District during the last academic year. And while $31 million employ 349 school cops, as much as we'd like to call them resource officers, students will continue to be hurt and afraid in their own schools. I sincerely hope that you take what I've said here today to heart. I've never been targeted, assaulted, or discriminated against by school police. I go to a school with a certified librarian and 3 very capable guidance counselors, but that does not mean that I will sit by and watch as my fellow students are subjugated and abused by an unfair system. I hope you will not either.
Sinai Browning. Is Sinai Browning connecting? Okay, our next speaker then is Edward Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, you can start, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, again, my name is Edward Brown. I'm a rising senior at Masterman, and I prefer my PB&J cut diagonally. I'm here today to ask you a question. Why did you become members of this board? I imagine that most of you care about kids like me, and I hope that everyone on this call holds the betterment of my education as their end goal and recognizes that increasing the school district's budget is merely a means to reach that goal. My mom once asked me to recognize that it's okay for my carrots to be touching my applesauce, and I still resent her for that. I'm a very picky eater. Tonight, we will find out why you're on this board because your character is about to be tested, and yes, for a grade. The land formerly occupied by the PES oil refinery has recently been purchased. The refinery has for generations been giving cancer to surrounding communities, treating its workers poorly and withholding hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. Almost a year ago, in December of 2019, I saw the blinking lights of the Dilworth Park Ferris wheel across the street and felt the warmth of hundreds of my fellow students, our eyes focused on a black coat, black mittens, and black microphone on stage. He told us about his father and grandfather who died while working at the refinery. I could see his coat heaving up and down as he spoke. Now, some of you may be asking yourself, why would the city allow a polluting, community-destroying, multi-million-dollar corporation to withhold a penny from that man's family? I've done some research, and I have to tell you, I couldn't find a good reason. The oil refinery was declared a Keystone Opportunity Zone by the city. They were allowed to stop paying a vast majority of their taxes on this flimsy hope that they would be incentivized to create more jobs. Yet a 2014 study of KOZs by the city found that, and I quote, there is little evidence to suggest that more tax credits create more jobs, end quote. But we all know how the story ends. This is not your test. We all know that the refinery blew up, and due to the actions of local groups and thousands of young people, including me and my peers, it was not purchased by another fossil fuel corporation. It was instead bought by the Hilco Redevelopment Partners for over $200 million. Board members, this is your test to decide whether or not to reinstate the KOZ under the land's new ownership. Some people in the audience might think that this is a no-brainer. What they may not know is that the KOZs, with KOZs come extra funding for the school district. The school district would gain an extra $69,000. Board of Educators, this is your opportunity to reflect on why you attend these meetings, because you have a choice. Some might be tempted to take this increase at face value, but let's ask ourselves, how will this affect children? Let's imagine the man from the December climate strike as if he were a child today. His family doesn't have the money to buy school books, and his public school in South Philly doesn't have the well-staffed library. Would a $69,000 increase lead to every school in the community getting a librarian? Would it give school supplies to every student that needs them? Doubtful. Could making Hilco pay taxes in the city fund local libraries? Would it start to bring his parents' wealth back to the community? Yes and yes. Board of Educators, I urge you to think on these two questions. Do you care enough about Philly's kids to put your budget to the side? And what would you be communicating to Philadelphians about your priorities if you didn't? Thank you.
Yalda Ramani. Is Yalda Ramani connecting? Okay, after Yalda, we have Shayla Street, and I'm also going to ask the 5 following speakers to be prepared. Afterwards, Sierra Stevenson, Haley Ivory, Kawhi Powers, Malcolm Miller, and Dell Shank. Is Shayla Street here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can start.
Hello, my name is Shayla Street, and I'm a rising senior at Central High School. At the last school board meeting, I spoke about my experiences and why you should support our demands, specifically Central's demands, Masterman's alumni charter, and the racial justice organizing's demands. Yesterday, I told Dr. Height that we are done talking. We want action, and it's as simple as that. We have testified over and over again at marches, at protests, at these board meetings, and you all have said that you have heard us, and now we wait for you to take action. At Central, we are now united. Our principal, teachers, and students are all on board. We all want the same changes for our schools and for our school, and we all recognize that we need your help. We need a director of equity and inclusion to dismantle the white supremacist culture and structure that we have experienced. Our director of equity and inclusion position must have the proper compensation and power in order to take on this task. This means a fully released director of equity and inclusion, not 1 or 2 periods off, but a fully released director of equity and inclusion. Will y'all support us? Dr. Height, will you commit financial resources to get this done? Yesterday, you mentioned that the school district is larger than just Central and the rest of the magnet schools. We understand this, which is why you should create a director of equity and inclusion at 440 and not rely on our overworked, underfunded teachers to break down the barriers of systemic racism. Secondly, you should stop highlighting your progress when we bring up our grievances. You cannot invalidate our experiences. No matter how much progress you thought you made, students are still suffering, and you should acknowledge that. Take responsibility and do better. In the future, if we come back to you and tell you that we need more than our director of equity and inclusion, we expect you to take on the task and try to do better instead of just saying, oh, we got you this position. Along with everything else, we demand that you endorse and take action to make sure the Black Lives Matter Week of Action takes place in our schools. And something else I want to bring up is that I've been working with When We All Vote, and we're trying to get voter registration teams in each school, and we need your help with that too. We would like it if you would get the teachers and the administrators to help with this initiative. Everything is unprecedented right now, and we cannot wait until the last minute to get something done that is as important as voting. We cannot wait for that. I know you don't want to be disappointed in November, so please do all you can to help now and get students registered to vote. This work does not stop Now, just because you took one action, like you mentioned in the meeting yesterday, towards progress, we cannot stop. We must continue. You must listen to us and support our demands financially. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sierra Stevenson. Do we have Sierra Stevenson on standby?
Sierra Stevenson is not online.
Is now or is not?
He is not.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker after Sierra is Haley Ivory.
Got to go.
Is this Haley?
Hello, my name is Haley Ivory, and I am a rising 10th grade biotechnology student at Merrill Dobbins CTE High School. First, I want to say thank you for deciding to start school online. While this was not what I wanted, I am excited to get back to school online, connect with my friends and teachers. I have already looked at my roster and I see that I have been rostered to a second English class called English Intervention. Like I said last month, I am an honor student preparing to go to college and then medical school. It was my hope to continue in the art class as well as start my CTE class. Please help me understand why I am required to engage in this remedial work when I get good grades and I am being mentored by Temple medical students and participating in many medical camps. I ask you, please allow me to be the creatively academic student I am and enjoy a holistic approach to my education. Also, if the Freshman Academy is supposed to be an important part of high school experience and can make or break students' future success in school, why cut these creative classes from them only to add more English and math? Thank you for your time.
May we get Haley connected with someone to address her issues, her concerns about her rostering?
Dr. McIver, I'm not sure if anybody else is able to respond now.
Yeah, I can
now.
respond.
Okay.
So yeah, I can respond. Lynn, I was just actually sending a note to get more information so that we can connect back with Haley. So if we have her information, we can contact her and talk through the issue that she described.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Haidt. We're moving to our next speaker is Kawhi Powers.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, you can start, thank you.
Oh wait, before I start, I wanted to say that a student named Sanai Browning is by her computer but did not get unmuted. And now I will start. Good evening, School District of Philadelphia members, parents, and students. Before I start, I would like to say, I love Mr. Amin, Dr. McIver, and Ms. Lopez's shirts because it is important for communities to feel supportive and in solidarity with decision makers. Now, many of you may know me, but my name is Kawia Powers, and I am a junior at SLA at Bieber and a member of the Philadelphia Student Union. We are here to call for police-free schools. This school district is predominantly Black and brown, yet we are constantly over-policed and underfunded. We have $31 million in the budget for what you call school resource officers, yet students have to suffer using old textbooks in the sweltering heat for 6 to 7 hours a day. Us as teenagers, especially Black teenagers that live in Philadelphia, go through a lot of trauma, and being over-policed is a part of the trauma. And please explain how you expect us to go to school while handling such trauma without having counselors to help us. I want to see police-free schools that support students instead of criminalizing them, and that invest in supportive staff and programs such as nurses, counselors, and other adult staff trained to support the school climate. Having adults in our schools who occupy a law enforcement posture and use of measures like metal detectors, on the other hand, only make young people feel like criminals in their schools and communities. I personally have felt safer around a stranger I don't know than a cop. We know that community violence has has also become a pressing issue in our city with the recent increase of shootings and murders. And we understand that community violence is also a direct result of our city experiencing a major financial health crisis. When schools are effectively closed, replaced as new luxury apartments, and communities experience deep divestment and over-policing, the result often leads to more violence and less love. We, the Philadelphia Student Union, want the Philadelphia Board of Education to divest money from school police in their budget and apply it to as following. $10 million added towards the current $21 million budget for counselors, $10 million added to the current $34 million budget for nurses, and $10 million invested in employing and training community members and unarmed non-law enforcement personnel training to improve safety and school climate. As you can see by our demands, we are not saying we don't want safety in our schools. We just don't want police. We want community members that we know that care about us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Malcolm Miller.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, thank you. You can start.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Malcolm Miller, and I'm a rising junior at Masterman High School. As I understand it, the Keystone Opportunity Zone Act was enacted to stimulate economic growth and investment in underutilized and underdeveloped areas. It was also meant to give struggling businesses or startups a real chance of survival. But not only is the area around the PES refinery land not an underutilized area, Hilco, the new owners of the land, don't exactly fit the bill of a company in need of assistance. Instead, they are a mega corporation that brags about owning $20 billion in assets, and it's estimated to make $10 million annually. Additionally, they do business in over 60 countries. And as Ed mentioned previously, we know based on the city's own reports that KOZs rarely produce the economic benefits and jobs they claim they will. The bottom line is Hilco is not a small company, and they need to be paying their fair share of taxes to the city of Philadelphia. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that our city is in a crisis when it comes to funding, but I will tell you why this funding is particularly important right now. A vote in favor of Hilco's profit-oriented wishes is a vote that will knowingly deny funding to programs that assist the youth of Philadelphia. City-funded programs become even more imperative when you consider the alarming 39% poverty rate of school-age children in Philadelphia, a number that has seen consistent growth since 2008. Hardships caused by the COVID-19 pandemic make the city-funded programs that would survive all the more beneficial. The mere 10% boost that would be received by the district otherwise simply isn't worth leaving the youth in Philadelphia longing for the program that helped define some of the most positive aspects of the city. However, this is not only a financial problem, but there is a moral obligation too. Hilco not paying their property taxes sends the message that our youth aren't worth the trouble, but that mega corporations are. It also tells Hilco that they don't have a responsibility to the land or people of Philadelphia. This is crucial as environmental justice groups like Philly Thrive question the role of remediation that Hilco has to play in order to safely dispose of the refinery material and not further pollute the residents of South and Southwest Philadelphia. Even when the only remediation that Hilco promises is tapping harmful materials back into the land, we must be critical. Being part of this community means giving back to the people that live here. Hilco is a business machine that is familiar with the cost of starting locations across the US and in 60 countries across the world. They wouldn't have settled on a location in Philadelphia if they couldn't afford it. This isn't the startup that the creators of the KOZ Act had in mind. They can pay their taxes and they should. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Del Shank, and then our 5 speakers after that will be Aristotle Genesis, Spencer Malloy, Eileen Pozis, Rodney Everett, and Roman Kravitsky. Is Del Shank here?
Del Shank is not online at the moment. Neither is Aristotle Genesis.
Okay, thank you. Spencer Malloy.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You can start.
Good evening. I'm a secondary science educator at GW Carver High School of Engineering and Science. I'm speaking today in opposition to action item 9, the reauthorization of Keystone Opportunity Zone at the former site of the Philadelphia Energy Solutions refinery. First, the board ought to reject action item 9 because an affirmative vote by the board, though it will provide the district funding in the form of a payment in lieu of taxes, will deny critical monies for municipal and state funding that support our students and their families. Second, after 150 years of petroleum refining at the site, the presence of legacy pollutants like benzene, lead, and other chemicals, dangerous even in small amounts, virtually guarantees a complex cleanup operation. We should not forget that before the refinery explosion, the plant was under investigation after measurements showed an average net benzene concentration in the air at more than 400% of the EPA standard. Hilco and other similar liquidation and redevelopment companies are incentivized to work as quickly and cheaply as possible. The city has declined to push hard enough against this legacy of pollution, failing to set or enforce stricter air pollution or water quality standards, or utilize infrastructure assistance as a negotiating tool. Environmental activist Peter Winslow was quoted in the Enquirer last month saying that, quote, Hilco seems to be opting for the cheapest remediation methods and is not adequately preparing for the effects of climate disruption. Second, there is little reason to believe that this is the start of a short-term exemption that will quickly expire and begin generating revenue. There is no state rule that companies cannot use an opportunity zone more than once, and the logistics hub at the former Sparrows Point steel mill, which was sold off and remediated in part by the same company, though often referred to as a success story, still remains in an analogous enterprise zone and relies on income, property, and sales tax exemptions and abatements to this day. For reference, the Good Jobs First policy project reported that Philadelphia lost more than $65 million in passive income from its Keystone Opportunity Zones last year. As an educator and community member, it is obvious that the city is struggling to protect and support its most vulnerable residents. Endorsing tax breaks and giveaways, though the district may get theirs in the form of a pilot, is not a compassionate nor sustainable decision. This is only more apparent amid the city's considered cuts to city services amid the strain of the COVID-19 pandemic. Students Edward Brown and Malcolm Miller were also exceedingly clear on this issue, and I thank them for their excellent testimony. The temptation to vote yes is understandable. When an area of land is undeveloped, it logically brings in no revenue. Yet the idea that the site is useless or would remain dormant is exceedingly unlikely. Hilco's own chief executive was quoted as saying that the close access to rail, water, and roads makes it, quote, one of the best strategically located pieces of real estate east of the Mississippi. Our schools should not be seen as part of a system that will give away such an asset for little more than a song when so many of our students and their families will not benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eileen Poses.
Hello.
Thank you. You can start.
Have you looked at KJR's website? It's slick. It's cool. It has the in buzzwords. It shows they are, quote, consultors. Name the topic and they can do it. Team building, office support, managerial style, pandemic planning. They can do it all, but they should not be used to whitewash the dire findings of the IG's report. Now, anti-racism is in vogue, so of course they wanted in on that too, but happily, they're not getting it. Luckily, we have an in-house alternative to that. We have the Racial Justice Organizing, which has worked on this issue for years and testified at board meetings for support in this issue, in which they care deeply. These educators have refined their skills over the years and have provided professional development at Westchester University and in Baltimore. Pay them. They have the knowledge, expertise, and trust of their peers. Now, many of the words in verse 2 of the following song are taken directly from the KJR website. Hey there, we're living in difficult times. We should not spend on novelties. KJR's contract's a crime. Hey there, they've achieved in enthusiasm. His strengths are activator and woo. He says he's just a relator too. Better forget it. This waste is now laid bare. Spending on this a travesty. Community will certainly care. Won't you take this advice I hand you with sanitizer? Or are you not seeing things too clear? Too much in Heights' pocket to hear. KJR's just a waste, I fear. Vote no, be an analyzer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rodney Everett. Do we have Rodney Everett on standby?
Rodney Everett is on the line. We're waiting for him to unmute himself.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Rodney Everett. I'm with Philly Thrive. I ask you to vote against 9 because we did a lot of research on Hillco. And one thing we discovered that the same way that they come to you with this, let us give you this and let us give you that, their means of how they get support is separate, divide, and conquer. They have been doing that for a long time. We've been communicating with people in Chicago that told us that Hillco came in there one way and turned to another thing. They took the people around store by store, store by store, business by business, and separate them with the same thing they're doing with you. We'll give you this, but the heck with rest of the community. We're not going for this in my neighborhood in South Philly, where I am at, where the refinery is, because we're tired of being on a bike and people running us over and keep on riding. We're asking the school, before you make your decision, find out about Hillco. Hillco is here to make money. Every company come here to make money, and everybody want to give them tax abatements. But yet instead, they're raising the prices for sodas. They're raising our taxes on everything there is to support the schools, and it shouldn't be like that. There are better ways to do this. Please vote against them or before you make a decision, investigate about Hillco. Hillco is not everything that they present themselves to be. They will go from one organization to another and separate. What about, I am upset because my grandson just got shot today in broad daylight. We have these problems out here also. I appreciate how you feel and what you want to give the children of our school. I love it. But please think twice before you make this deal, because they don't keep deals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roman Kravitsky, and the 5 people after that are Danica Neves, Lisa Haver, Kristen Lubert, Carol Kalimnik, Deborah Grill, and Barbara Dowdall. That's actually 6, but that will be the end of our speakers before the business of the meeting.
Lynn, can Sanaya, who was on, but is there any way to give her an opportunity to speak, that she was on but wasn't unmuted?
I'm not sure technically. I will, while our next speaker is talking, I will communicate with the technical folks.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Roman Kravitsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
How you doing?
Thank you.
Hello, I'm a 9th grade teacher at Dobbins High School, and thank you today for letting me speak. Today, I ask the board to seriously consider the implications of voting yes and authorizing another Keystone Opportunity Zone. And from my understanding, this is something that has never been done before by the board. You have always voted yes. Last week, I was moved and encouraged to hear multiple board members question the promises of future jobs from another company. One concern that I heard raised is that these companies come to the board, ask you guys to sign off on these tax-free benefits, and you never hear from them again until they need you to authorize them. But today, you already heard from people, and they told you that signing off on this KOZ is not in the best interest of the school district and the city. Last week, you heard from the Department of Commerce, who is speaking on behalf of Hillco Redevelopment Partners. Hillco just recently bought a chunk of properties for an almost 100-year-old oil refinery. That company, PES, a multi-million-dollar company that poisoned the land and poisoned thousands across generations, was granted tax-free benefits. And now the board is approved extension of property tax. In exchange for this, the district stands to gain only 10% more of what Hillco's regular contribution to the district would have been via the pilots. Now, the question is this the right thing to do? Well, according to multiple studies the city itself conducted, Keystone opportunities have not proven to promote the growth and economic uplifting of people in the city. So why go forward with this? What guarantees are you making this decision on? Kenyatta Johnson wrote a letter and he talks about community benefits agreements, but the fact is that in that legislation, failure to comply with the law, quote, may result, unquote, in denial of tax-free benefits. Is that worth it? Are we guaranteeing district students these jobs? And what legal binding measures are there if the HIL code is not provided? Right now, residents in Chicago have been seeing the wrong side of HIL code's promises. I understand 10% is not, next year's budget is glum, but ask the board, is it worth risking all these resources? We're talking about libraries, gyms, internet access, shelters. Is it worth it? Not only do I think it's not worth it, I think it's dangerous to make such a decision without legal protection about the promises that HILCO makes. Our city has been destabilized with the COVID crisis, and we need corporations to pay their fair share. This program referred to the KOZ was not intended for multi-million corporations. It was intended for underutilized corporations. We must stabilize our citizens. We need this revenue for our city and for our youth. Please vote no on authorizing this KOZ for HILCO.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Danica Neves or Knives.
Board members, we are trying to work with Sanaya Browning. Unfortunately, the software that she has is what's causing us not to be able to get her through.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You can begin.
Hi, my name is Danica Nieves, and I am an English teacher at Kensington Kappa High School. I am urging the board to vote no on action item number 1, the $700,000 contract with KJR Consulting for professional development and anti-racism training. The ongoing commitment of racial justice work requires an approach of both thoughtfulness and intentionality, neither of which are present in the district's proposed contract with KJR Consulting. This work must center the voices of students, staff members, and families. To do so, the district must recognize the value of the many professional educators who are already engaged in local racial justice initiatives and become willing to compensate its own educators and community members for this work. Instead, the district is ironically overlooking the knowledge, qualifications, and talent of its own educators and community in favor of a consulting firm based in Boston, a firm whose webpage boasts a chief enthusiasm officer, a client solution savant, stock photos of diverse teams, and a client list that includes Coca-Cola and Papa John's. The website sells generic and all-encompassing consulting sessions on quote-unquote complex business challenges, organizational development, and dynamic and multifaceted solutions. While this firm is clearly adept at selling the snake oil of incomprehensible and meaningless corporate jargon, it does not contain even one specific reference to expertise in anti-racism training, unless you count the firm's offer of sessions that help executives, quote unquote, discover the business case for diversity. Suffice to say, this is not what we need. Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to line the pockets of outside consultants for feel-good workshops masquerading as racial justice training is more than just cynical. It's actively counterproductive. District executives will get to hug it out in gimmicky workshops while our students, staff, and families receive a message of fleeting intentions on the part of their own public school district. It is performative without substance. We need a comprehensive and measurable commitment to substantive racial justice work that addresses the retention of educators of color, the systemic inequity inherent in high-stakes standardized testing, the racism of practices espoused by district partners like the Relay Graduate School of Education, the rapid privatization of our schools, and the millions of taxpayer dollars spent on charter advertising and billboards rather than fully funding our public schools that serve primarily students of color, and the development of anti-racist curriculum to use in place of current Eurocentric programs like StudySync. Please vote no on action item 1 so that the district can rethink how it might better convey a real commitment to racial justice. Thank you.
Lisa Haber. Is Lisa here?
Lisa is on the line. We are waiting for her to unmute herself.
Okay, I'm here.
Go ahead.
My name is Lisa Haber. I'm a member of the Alliance for Philadelphia Public Schools. If this meeting were being held in the auditorium, I would be standing up and screaming this testimony. APS members sent a letter to the board today telling them that after reading the Inspector General's shocking revelations of the Height administration's endangering the health and safety of the students and staff at Benjamin Franklin and SLA high schools for months, despite the objections and cries for help from parents, teachers, and the principal, the board should request Dr. Height's resignation. And after they receive that, the board should examine its own role in this shameful episode. One shocking thing about the report is not just the contents, but the fact that not one single person is identified by name, not even school board members. That is as clear a signal as you can get that no one, not even the people at the top, will be held accountable. The fact that board members are not quoted by name, that their names are actually redacted from the report, gives every indication that they will give this administration a pass. Maybe the board should have a sign posted on the facade of 440 that says, "It is what it is." As I said in my notebook commentary last month, quote, the board's response was to rationalize and ultimately to decide that saving face for the administration took precedence over taking action to protect the health and safety of the city's children. President Wilkerson told Chalkbeat that this would be included in the board's annual evaluation of the superintendent, along with all the other great things that are going on. So will this be just one more box to be checked off? The IG report contains an important observation, quote, the consultant-based patchwork of the district frequently relies on so many positions that have long, short-term financial savings, but does not benefit the district's long-term welfare. That is something that APS members have testified about for years. Last year, I saw a play called Minors about the Cash for Kids scandal in upstate Pennsylvania, where judges, with the collaboration of many in the education and justice systems, put kids in private jails for minor offenses for the enrichment of judges and the private prison company officials. The Ben Franklin and SLA students were collateral damage in the Height administration's struggle to save face and cover up a complete fiasco. If Black Lives Matter really to this board, then they will use their power to hold Dr. Height and his team responsible. And this is why the people of Philadelphia need an elected school board.
Our next speaker is Kristen Lubert.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can start.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Height. My name is Kristen Lubert, Philadelphia educator, PFT member, and member of Racial Justice Organizing. Last week, as agenda items were being presented and discussed, and I do appreciate the board members' good questions about expenditures, I had a bit of a flashback. It was a memory of one of those life experiences that most of us have had. That awful feeling when you're standing at the grocery store checkout, the belt is full of groceries, and you realize that you simply do not have enough money to pay for it all. What do? Well, of course, you decide what you have to put back, what you cannot afford. And as you stand there, probably listening to the line murmuring discontentedly behind you, you have to decide, what does my family need the most? What are the unnecessary items I can take off that belt and return to the shelf? Well, if you're sensible, you keep the milk and return the ice cream. You keep the loaf of bread and you put back the cookies. The contract for KJR Consulting, even with the racial justice piece removed, which I realize has happened, is the ice cream and cookies. Empty calories we simply cannot afford at this time. Despite everything that has happened and keeps happening in this district, I have enough faith in many of the people who work here to believe that they can mentor each other and help each other grow in their professions and positions. Leaders can help newer leaders grow. We have homegrown teachers and administrators who can do this work. I do not think the leadership team needs to be trained by a firm that boasts a chief enthusiasm officer and a solutions savant. As a teacher, I know that when I have a struggle with a class or a student, I seek out the expertise and counsel of the people I work with. the people who know our context, the people who have taken the time and care to build relationships and trust in our community. Those are the people who can guide us through rough waters. Those are the people we need to train us in uncertain times on urgent and difficult topics. We have resources here in our district and talented people who have demonstrated effort and care for our students and community. We have people who live and breathe this work, not consultants looking for the next big issue to make a buck. As poet June Jordan said, we are the ones we have been waiting for. I urge you to please vote no on item 1, the contract with KJR Consulting. We simply cannot afford it. And by the by, vote yes on Black Lives Matter Week of Action, please. We need it for ourselves and our students. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Kalimnik.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, thank you.
Good evening. These are not normal times, and to ignore this is to endanger everyone. Dr. Hite presented an unrealistic plan for a hybrid reopening. Over 100 people spoke against it, and he was forced to change the plan. This administration refuses to include stakeholders in decision-making, instead making them an audience to what the district plans on doing. The Inspector General's report reveals the sheer incompetence of the district to deal with the mammoth renovation of Ben Franklin. District administrators put students and staff in a toxic situation. Despite questions and requests from parents, teachers, and administrators for a backup plan, none were ever made. How can this board in good conscience not demand the resignation of Dr. Hite after such a botched job? After he put the lives of both students and staff at risk? How can he be trusted to make appropriate decisions for the health and welfare of students and school staff in this district after demonstrating a remarkable lack of concern? Your regretting and apologizing and his are not the same as taking action. The incompetence of this administration should be an immediate call for stopping the comprehensive school planning review, an attempt to decide on changes in enrollment, catchment area borders, co-locations, and closing of neighborhood schools. Their shift to the superintendent's office is a red flag. We already know that both Dr. Hite and Mayor Kenney want to close schools. COVID-19 provides the perfect cover for doing so behind the hermetically sealed doors. The West Coast-based Flow Analytics received over $1 million for CSPR data collection. At study group meetings, participants repeatedly pointed out the flaws in their data. The report was due in July, but so far nothing has been posted. Whatever they have collected will be incorrect due to the massive amount of evictions and growing numbers of unemployed workers. This is not the time to reconfigure or realign catchment areas or close schools. The district should embark on a path that includes stakeholders in decision-making, not simply as an audience to hear what has already been planned.
Thank you. Deborah Grill.
Good evening. Action item 13 concerning the contract for the purchase of new furniture for Powell Elementary and Science Leadership Academy Middle School indicates that the school will have 32 classrooms, special education and small group instruction spaces, music, art, makerspace, and science labs, but no school library. I find it ironic that a school that is a joint venture with Drexel University, an institution of higher learning that offers specialties in library and information science and information systems, would not include a school library. Drexel understands the importance of libraries and librarians to learning. It has 3 libraries on its campuses and describes them as dedicated to providing access to authoritative information, regardless of format, to building learning environments, and to making connections across disciplines. I am astounded that a quality school library program is not part of the PSLAMS plan. Many of the students of this new school will go on to higher education, maybe even to Drexel. Without a quality school library program, how will they know how to access the information that a university library contains? How will they be able to compete with students who do, students who've had access to a school library program? Without the instruction of an information specialist, also known as a school librarian, how will the students of this school or any school in the district know how to identify and use valid sources of information, both print and electronic, distinguish between fake news and the truth, become acquainted with the many specialized academic databases, and find literature that excites and inspires them. How will the Powell Elementary School students be able to encounter the wide variety of books they'll need to kindle excitement of reading and learning if they don't have easy access to a comprehensive collection of reading materials in a wide range of reading levels? A child's reading skills improve when they have access to books that they enjoy. Research over the past 25 years has shown a positive correlation between the existence of a high-quality library program staffed by a certified school librarian and academic achievement, especially in schools that serve children living in poverty. Dr. Height has remarked many times on the importance of using only proven instructional strategies, but over the past 20 years, the district and its superintendents have ignored this proven strategy while wasting its limited funds on a revolving door of edu vendors, consultants, and ineffective corporate ed reforms that do nothing for students. Board members, tonight you can take a small step in stopping that waste by voting no on the contract with KJR Consulting and start using those funds to invest in real best practices, including restoring professionally staffed school libraries in every school. Thank you.
Barbara Dowdall.
Yes, good evening, it's Barbara Dowdall. As the grandparent of a child with mild hearing loss who has worn hearing aids from the age of 5 months, and friend and relative of many others with similar challenges, very few of whom need or use sign language, I request that you add closed captioning to your assistance for persons with auditory differences. I speak this evening in enthusiastic support for proposed Black Lives Matter Resolution number 26. Although puzzlingly long overdue, the school district's support for and active involvement with Black Lives Matter Week of Action Philly will be a welcome resource for everyone, staff, students, families, and the community at large. The wide-ranging and in-depth research and resultant programs rich in Black history and literature provided by both this amazing group and their associate entity, Melanated Educators, will profoundly supplement and enhance current school district offerings, including the 10th grade required African American history course. This information, of course, should be woven into our entire K-12 curricula. Outstanding in my memory is the 2018 program presented at Kensington Kappa, Saturday, February 10th. After the keynote address by Dana King, longtime Philly educator and major contributor to the SDP 10th grade course, a wide variety of workshops followed. Attendees, current and retired educators across all levels and subject areas, students and community members had the opportunity to learn from and respond to an amazing student-created poster display on the history of policing in American public schools, from Los Angeles in the 1940s to Philadelphia student protests 1967 to Richard Nixon in the 70s. Photographs of some posters are provided here to be emailed to board members. Further details on that day's programs, including an afternoon panel discussion, can be provided by current school board member Amin Akbar. Mr. Akbar was on the panel. On a personal note, I was grateful to Black Lives Matter Week of Action Philly for encouraging me, and to the principal and African American history teacher at A. Philip Randolph Career Tech High School for welcoming me in returning and sharing with the class the details of my father and Mr. Randolph's shared history in the 1930s Socialist Party. The approval I'm expecting today, however, is actually the easy part, achieving the equity that will provide a clear message to students of color that they are valued, will require complete turnaround from scattershot, haphazard, grossly inequitable provision of essentials in every school. Small class sizes, clean, safe, and appealing physical plants, libraries with certified teacher librarians, playgrounds, 9th grade transition, art, music, newspapers. We will now know with this vote how to judge your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. That is the end of our speakers on action items this evening.
Okay, thank you. It is now time to vote on our action items. I will be pulling out action items to be considered separately during tonight's vote. Before we begin, I'd like to clarify how I will be grouping tonight's votes. I will pull out action item 1, which is the contract with KJR Consulting, and the personnel items, action items 2 to 4. The items that are going to be voted on as a group are the following: action items 5 to 13, action items 15 to 26, noting that action item 14, change order summary, has been withdrawn and combined with action item 15, change order summary. Before we vote, does anyone want to pull out any other items?
Madam Vice President, could we pull out action item 9?
Okay.
Madam Vice President, can we also pull out action item 26?
9, 26.
9, I believe 26 is already being voted on separately.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. All right. So let's first begin with action item 1. Board members, can I have a motion and a second to consider action item 1?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. This action, hold on, I'm sorry, guys. Okay. So the contract with KJR Consulting, the other vote, I'm really confused about where I'm going with this, guys. 13,
Vice President
14.
Hinton,
I see it. I'm sorry. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay, so board members, are there any further questions or discussion on action item 1?
I do have some questions or discussion. May I?
Yes.
Nice. I was happy to hear that the part of the action item was amended due to our concerns that were brought up last week. But I really find it problematic that action item after action meeting after action meeting, we hear students coming in saying they need mental health services, that we should be focusing on this. And we're spending $500,000 on training district staff. And I believe that given, our limited resources, that we really should be focusing everything on the trauma that our students have experienced. And I'm not seeing how this really impacts that. So I encourage board members to vote no on this.
Any other?
Yeah, are we?
Ms. Fick, I'm sorry, board member Fix Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, are we doing hands or should we just jump in? But I will go.
No, I'm paying attention now. I pulled it up.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so I support Dr. McIver's statements. I will be voting no. I don't know how we can vote yes. We have consistently talked about building internal capacity. This doesn't do it. We have a hiring freeze right now in 440. So is the way around a hiring freeze just to bring in consultants, or what's the point of a hiring freeze? And that was at the direction of Dr. Height and the administration. It goes back to the idea of short-term savings versus what's our return on investment? How do we have this long-term training? I do think that type of training is important and valuable. I really do. But I don't think this is the solution. This is the solution for it, considering the things that we've already heard and what I also just said. I do have a question, and maybe it can't be answered on the spot, is, what is the turnover in 440? So if you're training these people, are they staying with us and we're convinced that they're going to be there for the next 15 years? And so we are building some internal capacity, or I just don't see it. I just don't see it working. And I would strongly suggest vote no. We are on a hiring freeze. If we're going to respect that, I don't know how we vote yes. We say we want internal capacity. If we respect that and believe it, I don't know how you vote yes.
President Wilkerson?
I'm voting in support of resolution number 1. I think it's imperative that we provide the necessary training for administrative staff at 440. What I have seen over the years is a push to put all the resources in the schools. And I'm not saying that the schools don't need resources, but when we ignore what it takes to run a district of this scale, I think we make an unwise long-term decision. I also want to encourage board members to think about the use of contractors. We're looking at a severe financial crisis in the far term and in the near term actually. And I think we have a lot more flexibility using contractors than we do always first turning to in-house staff, increasing the number of personnel for the district, only then to have to turn around and eliminate positions at an even greater cost. And so I'm supporting this item. I think it provides necessary training and does so in a way that's flexible in light of what our financial constraints are. And I also appreciate Dr. Height removing the anti-racist training out of this contract. I feel that was inappropriate.
Board Member Danzy. Board Member Dancy, are you unmuted?
Yes. When we first started talking about this, and I agreed wholeheartedly that we needed to have persons from the area who was familiar with our culture, familiar in an intimate way about a lot of our issues as it impacts within Philadelphia. But I also, once that was done, I was pleased with that. I also, though, am aware that they've already been doing things with the district staff, with the, 440 staff. And sometimes when you have a synergy going, and then to want to start pulling someone else now and anew with them, it can be more disruptive than it can be productive. And so I believe with the taking of the racism training out, so that is going to be geared another way, because I think we've heard everyone saying we need that, we need training, we need those things. And I agree with our president, having had to go through this myself in my administrative positions, that unfortunately it is a technique that you use in order to sometimes bring in resources, but being aware that I can't afford to hire them, because once I hire them, I can't fire them. Or if I fire them, then we get a bump down of people. And so it's not the best thing, but it is one that I don't know any big organization doesn't use in order to augment needs that they have without bloating the personnel roles. And so I too plan to support the request.
Board Member Akbar.
Couple of things. Some of this for me, at least on this action item, is about sustainability. And when there's knowledge management in, like, who does it lie with and how long does it last? Is it just a curious question? Anytime you sort of use consultants that you've been using, always curious, just about that. And again, sometimes we make votes with not as much information. I know this is a continue over. That's sort of step one, is just a sustainability and who has the information and how can that information get shared throughout. Second one is just really about the $150,000 that was pulled out for the anti-racist training. Appreciate that it was pulled out. Again, raised the issue in the action item, in the committee meeting last week, just about like the alignment with all of the anti-racist work that's going on throughout the district is super important for me, to get as much information as possible, because what Racial Justice Organizing Group is doing, what Melanated Educators Group is doing, I full well believe that, as they get elevated, yes, get paid for that work, like the institutional, like that can last and be sustainable, because these are folks in the district that are in our schools just working. So like, I am desperately looking for, more information about like just strategically how all of that is aligned. Helps me vote better and more around just sort of like the accountability when we say, Black lives do matter, holding ourselves accountable for it, and then seeing the work all the way through, I think is important. And again, alignment for me, I'm going to continue to kind of push that to see like a higher level and all the way through around what the alignment for the anti-racist work looks like for all of our schools and 440 and what have you.
Thank you. Okay, the board will now, are there any other comments? None. The board will now
Vice
vote.
President, I do have a comment.
Okay, yes.
I do have a comment, and so thanks for all of the comments of board members and thanks for raising this issue at the committee meeting, because it helped actually to go back and look at what we are attempting to do. And I want to start with a comment that Board Member Akbar just made, because what we're trying to do is have a holistic approach to how we train and develop individuals in order to be an anti-racist organization and to ensure that we are driving from the premise of equity in everything that we do. And so there's work that's happening. You've all heard of the work around the Equity Coalition. That is really participatory throughout the organization in order to get everyone's perspective of the types of policies, the types of training, the types of development that we need to be focused on, the investments, and it was to ensure that we're including multiple groups, it's just not coming from the top to the whole organization, but including individuals throughout the organization in order to do that. We also have, there's also a proposal to have Equity Partners Fellowship. These are individuals who are students, central office administrators, teachers, or school-based staff that will then have Equity Partner Fellowships where they will receive direct training and as a part of a fellowship that will then provide them with the ability to lead this work as an organization. And then in addition to that, a leadership team has been doing equity work with some individuals that I talked about earlier, the Equity Lab that uses expertise from the city of, who are here locally in Philadelphia. So all of that being said, the work that we've done with KJR and the work that we've been doing over the last 18 months is really about trying to develop managers who are informed about how to take feedback, how to give feedback, how to do one-on-ones, and how to operate as a good manager. And it is work that KJR has done to build the relationships with those individuals. And they've had a lot of sessions that have been trained by a lot of the managers. Individuals come back with actionable things that they can do within their organization. And this goes back to how we are beginning and trying to reimagine our culture here so that it's not just a top-down type of organization, but instead that we're getting more individuals involved in both the decision-making, the strategy development, the implementation and the activities that need to happen, and the feedback. So that's where KJR has been helpful for us. I just wanted to add that point. But to Board Member Akbar's point, we are thinking holistically about how to utilize all of these specific resources, and we will have a proposal that talks through a plan for how all of these things are integrated and aligned so that the information that we're talking about as we talk about equity and anti-racism and all of the work that's happening through the curriculum, through the training, through the development, through the bias, the bias conversations that we need to have. All of those things are being formulated so that we have a strategic approach or strategy around how do we do that as an organization and how do we structure that so that we can sustain that work over a period of time.
Thank you, Dr. Height. I see your hand, Board Member Fix Lopez, but I just wanted to make a comment after Dr. Height, if you can just wait for a second. I think that what's for myself, I understand the need to have outside people do the kind of training that we're looking at it from a management perspective, and I get that. I mean, I was vocal about separating out the anti-racist portion of it, and I'm glad that you did that. I'm very visual, and Board Member McIver, I'm going to borrow some of your your stuff. I'm very visual. I think that as I thought about what Board Member Akbar was, and this is the second time that he's talked about this, trying to see the larger picture. I'm very visual. I don't know how it gets mapped out so I can see it. I think this is not just about, for me, about the anti-racist component of it. I think that it's also about looking at the contracting out of training and staff development and what that looks like and what's coming in and what's going out. And then the other piece of it is that I think we've asked about this before in contracts in particular, that when contractors are being utilized, especially if they're coming back or what they're doing, that we look at what the outcomes are, what their success rate is with actually achieving what it is that they're being contracted to do. So that's my input on that one. Board Member Fix Lopez.
Yeah, we are on a hiring freeze. This feels like a last ditch effort that is too little too late. I mean, after how many years, and we still don't have the climate and culture and this kind of management that we're looking for. I don't think a consultant out of Boston for $500,000 is what's going to fix it, especially going back to this idea of turnover, and the other climate issues that we've just heard over and over again. I think it's a waste of money. I absolutely believe that this type of work is necessary. Training is necessary. I think this, with all of those things combined, is just a complete waste of money.
May I add to that? Because I completely agree, but the school district has an Office of Climate and Culture with a person at the lead who really, I think it's, with a staff that appears to me to be able to provide that kind of support internally. It doesn't even seem like it's something we would have to hire outside or hire more people, that it seems that we have that in place. So I am voting no.
Okay, thank you. The board will now vote on action item 1. Ms. Roush, please call the roll.
Thank you, Vice President Ahia Hinton. Mr. Akbar?
No.
Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Vice President Ahia Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
No.
Mr. Huang?
Yes.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
No.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you. The action item passes by a vote of 5 in favor and 3 opposed. Thank you.
Okay, next we will consider the personnel act. Oh, well, wait a minute. Do I need to look at the other single items, or did I just go down the line, Lynn, Ms. Roush?
You can go. I would suggest doing 2 to 4 now, and then we can skip to 9 and 26, and then go back to the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. So next we will consider the personnel action items. Board members, can I have a motion and a second to consider action items 2 to 4?
So move.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay. The board will now vote on, are there any comments, questions? None. The board will now vote on action items 2 to 4. Ms. Roush, please call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Akbar?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Vice President Ahia Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang?
Yes to all.
Dr. McColgan?
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver?
Yes.
President Wilkerson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So is this where we now discuss number 9?
Yes, I would suggest going to number 9. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the board, can we have a motion and a second to consider? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on number 9?
I do have comments. This is the Hilco, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
I do have comments. Hold on. So this is another action item that I urge the board to vote no on, and we need to consider how Hilco has been a bad partner in other cities, and I think that many of the speakers tonight brought that up. But the investigative report that came out in May in the Inquirer really sheds light on the type of partnership we would be having with Hilco. So I just want to share some parts of that investigative report before we do this vote. Hilco has partnered with Baltimore to overhaul the Sparrows Point steel mill and create a modern warehouse distribution hub. But the demolition of the steel mill site under Hilco's watch was problematic, resulting in a $5 million settlement with Maryland environmental regulators over alleged violation of water pollution, erosion and sediment control, solid waste, hazardous waste, oil control, and asbestos laws. In Ohio, Hilco and its partner, the Adler Group of Florida, took over the shuttered GM plant amid great optimism. The developer said they had lined up prospective tenants who promised to hire more than 1,000 workers to move into the former factory. Ecstatic local and state officials gathered with buyers to celebrate the momentous rebirth of the plant, renamed the Ontario Business Park, but the new jobs never materialized. Against the advice of the sellers, the developers demolished most of the plant's buildings, nearly $2.5 million square feet of space, and sold the material for scrap. Unable to attract new tenants, the developers later transferred the property back to the city to settle litigation over the failure to meet job generation targets. This is just it was a very long investigative report, and I think we all read it, but this is not a good partner. This is not a good deal. And given the outcry from the community that spoke tonight, I urge the board to vote no.
Okay, any other, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the order, but Board Member Fix Lopez.
Yeah, I definitely endorse everything that Dr. McIver just said, but I also want to focus on actually some of the, and I don't want to steal his thunder if Board Member Akbar is going to talk about this, but I wasn't so convinced about the answers for the questions that he got on Thursday night in the committee meeting regarding jobs. So I don't know, Board Member Akbar, do you want to mention that, or you want me to keep going?
You can keep going. I will reiterate, like, when I've seen these projects before, and I get it, you know, the money that we'll get is super important, right? And speaking from some of my former students, our CTE students, just community members, like, there's a promise on there, and then what it ends up looking like sometimes is not in the reality. And I know we're a couple of steps removed from that. Appreciate Councilman Johnson and a lot of other folks. It's hard for me to vote on something when, you know, there are other pieces to this that I feel like engage community, specifically around you know, workforce development. For me, that, again, we're a couple of steps removed from that because we have to give authority to do it. That, again, I've seen really qualified students, because there wasn't a plan for them to be on a job site with real training experience, with real sustainable income, with real sort of mentorship, apprenticeship. The whole nine is the premise for some of my questioning last week in committee.
Yeah, and I think that brings me back to just the general concerns I have about accountability across the board in a lot of different areas. And so I absolutely appreciate the letter that comes from Mayor Kenny and Councilman Johnson. And I understand, again, and I agree with what is there and the job creation and, you know, all of the other potential benefits, but there didn't seem to be confidence in the answers that were given on Thursday night. And that's what is really urging me to vote no.
Thank you. Board Member Danzy.
Yeah, you know, this is a rough one here. As they were speaking, I sort of tried to go through some research on Hilco some more to kind of get an idea of what in the whole thing. And I was reading something from the Department of Environmental Agency, and that one, of course, says that you couldn't have residential stuff built there because of it is so toxic, that area. I'm just wondering, and I'll refer this to Madam President, if she's still able to be with us and listen good, whether or not whether or not we could ask the mayor if, before we make a final thing on it, one, could he commit to us that not only will this be hard and fast in terms of, as we talked about, the jobs and the job opportunities and the training opportunities, but that there absolutely is an ironclad commitment that it has to have the final say go has to be that of the community, because they're the ones going to have to live with this. Now, I'm on the other side of the coin. I also know that is an area that will, even though they're going to cover, it's going to take a lot of money to address the environmental pieces. And I don't think they had many bidders for this property, if I'm not mistaken, who really wanted to take this project on. So this area would have to either be for something like this, warehouses, or as I saw also, some people want this to be like a wetland sort of place, which of course means you will get no money. And so at this juncture, you know, it's like, if we could just get more solidified, the commitments, and having in the contract that if they fail to do this, there is a penalty, that a financial penalty that would be one commensurate with what we might have felt that we lost out by doing this, giving this to you. Madam President.
Madam President.
If the matter fails, it'll go back to the administration, and the administration can work to address the concerns that have been raised. The administration heard the concerns that were raised at the committee meeting. I think it was the intent of the letter that was sent to respond to some of those concerns. You know, that's all I have to share about that. I, however, have a different perspective. We're a board of education supposed to be focused on education, and I don't believe we have the expertise to make decisions, to make informed decisions about the projects that are in front of us. I've approached the administration, the city administration, and encouraged them to take us out of that business. I start by going back to the city transcript. You know, this is a matter for the city. And I went back and pulled the city transcript and shared it with everybody. That's the place where these issues are supposed to be vetted. They have the expertise to make the kind of analysis that we're trying to make as a board of education. I'm voting in support of it. It's not what we do. We were asked to support this. Our short-term cash flow needs are being addressed. So I'm voting for it. If it fails, we can send it back to the administration, see if they can address the concerns that board members have raised.
In follow-up to that, I just want to ask a clarifying question. I just want to be clear. We're voting on whether or not this piece of land can become a Keystone Opportunity Zone, not whether or not the city it enters into a contract with Hilco or not, correct? Because I don't see anything in the, and I understand the information presented by Hilco, and that's the developer on the table right now, but we're not voting on Hilco or not. We're voting on whether or not this piece of land will become a Keystone Opportunity Zone.
And Hilco is the, I think, do we have somebody from the city who can address this? So I'm not trying to represent.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. This is Sylvie Gallia-Howard. I'm Acting Commerce Director. And we actually do also have someone on the line from Hilco. I just want to point out for any direct questions about Hilco. The land is, there's a parcel that is a Keystone Opportunity Zone, and that will no longer be a Keystone Opportunity Zone if it is not renewed through an application to the state by October 1st. So that's why this is a time-sensitive request. And when Hilco is the owner of the land. They are the developer, they are the owner. As was mentioned earlier, there was an auction and they were the winning bidder. And I believe there was only one other applicant, and they were looking to make it a refinery. So we are happy that the use will not be a refinery. They're looking at logistics and green jobs and thousands and thousands of jobs. That is really the reason that the administration supports this. But the idea is that it is very, very expensive to remediate this land. And the faster that this gets remediated and the faster that there can be development, the faster there can be more jobs.
So what would Hilco do if it's not? What would Hilco do? I'm sorry, go ahead. What would Hilco do if it's not a Keystone Opportunity Zone if they already own it?
Well, most likely, it being a Keystone Opportunity Zone was part of the calculus when they bid on this. So most likely it would just take longer to do the development, which would mean that the jobs would be produced at a slower rate. And I'll remind you that 44% of our revenue as a city is wage taxes. Those are not abated. We do receive those wage taxes. The district will receive more than you would have received, and you will receive less if this does not become a KOZ. If you vote no, you will receive less money. And the city, if the jobs are not produced, will receive less money. It's a very difficult decision. I understand abatements are very complicated, and we do not take these decisions lightly because we fully recognize that we are at this point at a very serious place in terms of revenue as a city, just as the district is. But the return on investment based on our analysis is is worth this action.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So, you know, I was actually on board with this previously because of the environmental remediation. But then at our meeting last week, when we discovered that there's not really remediation that's going to happen, but just capping off, you know, that area and then building industrial the business site on that land, it just really turned me off because I think that that's going to be highly problematic in terms of environmental pollution in that area for people. And I would love that to be addressed, but also, you know, the history of Hillco and their partnerships with in these big sites and cities is very problematic.
So,
yeah,
Madam Vice President, members of the board, this is Jeremy Gray, Executive Vice President of Development from Hillco. Is it okay if I respond to some of those
Yes,
questions?
please.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was on mute or not. Great to meet
I didn't know
everybody.
you were on either, so that's good.
No, appreciate, you know, really appreciate the consideration for, you know, our agenda item. And I just want to start by saying we are extremely excited about this redevelopment opportunity. It truly is a one-of-a-kind opportunity to put this 1,300-acre site back into development. We are good corporate citizens. We have very good partnerships across the country. I will say to the Inquirer comment, that was all corrected and retracted and taken back for the record. And those were facts that were clarified. I also want to say that this is an extremely complicated site. It's going to be, you know, critical for the success of this project to extend the current KOZ that is in place. It's a multi-billion-dollar brownfield redevelopment that's going to take about a decade to complete in terms of from start to finish. Just to give you an idea of the scale, its acreage is 2% of the city of Philadelphia. And my understanding is the last person who actually took forth a project of this magnitude from a master planning perspective was William Penn in 1682, which was 338 years ago. So we have a complex remediation, demolition, and decommissioning project ahead of us. And then we have to install and construct infrastructure to support the vertical development. So there's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that are going to be spent before we even secure a tenant. A few project facts. In terms of demolition and decommissioning, there's 950 miles of existing pipes that need to be removed out here. That's a distance from here to Florida. There's 850,000 barrels of tank product from the previous operations, about 4 million cubic yards of dirt that has to be removed to raise the site out of the floodplain, which really is going to allow for climate, to prevent against, you know, climate change and make sure that the site is above the Schuylkill River floodplain. And then approximately 30,000 tons of asbestos that will be removed from the site. So this is going to be fully remediated per the PAYDEP Act 2 cleanup program. That is not the easy way out.
Okay, so just very quickly, because I know that we need to start to move forward. Are you all in terms of employment? I think there was concerns about employment for the community, et cetera.
Absolutely.
Can you do that briefly?
Sure, yeah. So really the jobs that we're going to be creating, we're confident the community is going to be very, very proud of these jobs. It's a wide range of jobs. During the construction phase, there's opportunities for union construction jobs, project jobs such as engineers, architects, consulting roles. From a long-term perspective, we're looking at jobs in the fields of logistics, supply chain management, operations management, light manufacturing, rail operations, marine operations, trucking, retail, warehouse operations, just to name a few. We're also going to be pursuing, potentially data center opportunities, as well as life science opportunities for the project. So the nice thing about the decade-long project is it allows for a duration to give us adequate time to truly work with students through an apprenticeship and internship program. So apprenticeships, we want to partner with students and our local labor union partners. And internships, whether it's with our company or our tenants who are going to be investing in the site and creating the long-term jobs, we'd like to, talk to folks, about internship partnerships. One idea is, some of the CAP members, the community advisory panel that we had a meeting on last week, Auden Reed Charter School may be an opportunity. So at the end of the day, we're looking at over 30,000 jobs a significant impact, and we're really excited about taking the next steps.
All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And at this point, we'll need to move forward on the vote. So the board will now vote on action item number 9. Ms. Roush, please call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Akbar,
No.
Ms. Danzy,
Yes, I'm going on the city's recommendation because I don't know. I'm unknowledgeable of it except for what we've read and what we've heard. But I know we need the jobs. I know that without anybody being there, we get no money. And I can't see anyone really running to the plate to get that. So sometimes half is better than none.
okay, thank you. Vice President Hay Hinton,
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez,
No.
Mr. Huang,
I abstain.
Dr. McColgan,
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver,
No.
Vice President Wilkerson.
Yes.
The vote is 4 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention, so the vote does not pass.
Okay. We will now consider the remaining action items. Board members, can I have a motion and a second to consider action items 5 to 13 and 5 to 25? I believe we're voting for 26 separately.
Clarification, it was for the last vote, it was 4 against or 4-4?
It was 4 in favor. It was 3. Am I still? Okay, I'm muted. 4 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention. So it was there. You need 5 as a majority of the 8 to pass the vote.
Even when there's an abstention?
Yes.
Okay, so can we now move forward with the remaining action items?
Yes, and are you doing the consent agenda or number 26?
I'm not sure. What am I supposed to be doing here?
You can do it either way.
Okay, let's do number 26.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any questions and comments about 26?
This is 26,
Yes.
the resolution for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually have a lot of questions about it. I am, first of all, not against this. I have no problems with it, but I think there's so many questions that need to be answered before we even consider this. And I would actually move that we table this for another date for several reasons. One, I remember way back when in our first meetings, teachers begging us not to consider any curricular changes, system changes, et cetera, without their input because they felt that that was done to them so many times. And I have questions about, do we have principal and teacher input? What impact is this resolution going to have on, curriculum, et cetera? I also have questions in regard to Ms. Fix Lopez's statement earlier, that we're also often pulled in all directions and often react to things rather than having a thoughtful response. And again, I am not against this resolution at all, but I want to see more for our kids. I want our response to assuring that our schools are anti-racist and inclusive and meet the needs of all students to be much more well thought out. Make sure that we have textbooks and curriculum that teach history the way it really happened rather than just in 1 week or 1 month, but all throughout the year. I don't want to put a Band-Aid on this. I really want to have a more thorough, thoughtful approach, especially as we're rolling out our goals and objectives and talking and thinking about how we integrate this into integrate anti-racism practices and inclusive practices to meet the needs of all of our students equitably. I just think that there's too many questions to move forward on this, and that we should be having a more thorough and thought out and robust response to the issues. And do we have feedback from the teachers, principals? Have they been involved in consideration of this action item?
Dr. McColgan, I believe, and I'm not trying to cut off anybody, but I believe I think you may have, I don't know if you moved to table or if you said, can I move to table? If you move to table, then we would have to decide if we need a second on that and a vote to table, or
I
if we're
would,
just
yes,
gonna
I
proceed.
would like to move to table this, and I would like to hear others' thoughts on the matter. But yes, I would like to move to table this so that we could have a more thorough discussion and a robust response. And again, that this isn't just a Band-Aid. We need to do so much more.
Is there a
would have-
second?
I don't understand why we can't continue to have robust conversation around this and yet vote on this resolution. It's, I don't, they're not mutually exclusive.
You can continue to discuss. There's currently a motion that was made. It was not seconded, so it's partially pending, and you can continue to discuss. I'm not trying to cut off discussion, but if there is a second on the motion to table, then the board could still talk and then would move to table, and then depending on the outcome of that, the board would vote on action item 26 if the move to table fails.
So there's no second?
Do we have any input from teachers and principals, et cetera? I know we have to.
Yeah, we have to second to take, no?
If there's no second,
There's
then
no
there's
second. I'm sorry, what did you say?
So I'm
If
just
it-
wondering if we have any input from teachers, principals, other staff throughout the district on this.
I believe Dr. Height has engaged with, the district's been engaged in the Black Lives Matter and the curriculum work that's been done with the organization. And Dr. Height, I don't know if.
Yes, I mean, so we've heard from several speakers, our teachers and educators and students in support of this. And I say we, the district came out early in support of this week because we think it matches with what we're trying to do with our overall curriculum to make sure it's a lot more inclusive, both culturally. And so we were in support of this from the very start, and said because it was aligned with the work that we were attempting to do. I do agree that we have to think about this work as more significant than just 1 week out of the year, and that it should be work that is ongoing and a very important part of our curriculum, as we acknowledge the Black students in our district, as well as all of the other groups of students who exist. In addition, we have been working with the melanated educators that actually have begun to assist us in rewriting our entire social studies curriculum, and we appreciate the work that they've done. Many of those individuals were also the group that proposed this resolution. And so we're in support of this, but I don't believe that by approving this resolution, it stops us from continuing to work together to actually address the needed revisions in our curriculum so that it's more inclusive and representative of the communities and children we serve.
Board Member Akbar. Thank you, Dr. Height.
Yeah, like for me, we talked about it last week. This is a both and. Like, we are voting on the resolution, that the critical work of Black Lives Matter, the week is important, the week is important. And because it fits with our goals and guardrails, the anti-racist work that it's doing, like the alignment, that to me, it's a both and. We vote on it because this has been years in the making for us to put a stamp, a foot in the ground on it. And the both and work is that, we are committing, right, to do all of the work that Black Lives Matter just includes, the elevation of Black history and ethnic studies, the hiring of more Black, educators in the system. Like, these are all things that, again, in my short time that, have been talked about. So to me, it's a both and.
Board Member Fix Lopez.
I just wanted to go back to what Dr. McColgan said, because I know that this work is very important to her. And I know that she very much believes in this work. And I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in her question. So I know that the reason, knowing her and knowing her position on this, I know that the reason she's asking for it is because she doesn't want it to become a lifeless resolution. She wants it to live out in all of the work that we do. So I do want to make sure, Dr. McColgan, I digging through some words, because as an ESL teacher, it's what I do. I know where you're coming. I understand what you're saying and what you're asking. And I think for that reason though, right? So there could be two approaches to it. You're kind of looking to table to say, well, let's have that conversation, which is kind of what President Wilkerson had brought up on Thursday night. I think the other approach to it is saying, like, I think we had a huge miss on this last year when, and I'll take just for myself, I'll speak. I think we had a huge miss on this. I wish that I would have, Dr. McGinley was very much saying, like, let's go with this. And so I regret that. But so the conversation has been there. The Black Lives Matter Week of Action is, again, doesn't stop the conversation. So I kind of look at it as the first step. And I do think it's important, Dr. McColgan, that we continue and make sure that it plays out in everything that we do. I do want to say one thing that does concern me just in general, and I don't even think it's an exclusive conversation to this board or the district. And this is where I am learning publicly. And so I appreciate any guidance around this. I get concerned that we look at equity as like synonymous with racial justice. And equity and racial justice, in my understanding, are very different things. You can have, equity is a piece of it, is my understanding. You can have an equitable situation, an equitable school district, doesn't mean that it is informed in racial justice, climate, and culture throughout, that permeates throughout. Because the racial justice piece goes down to the policing in schools, goes down to metal detectors, goes down to the fact that 350 police have handcuffs, and we haven't seen what the policy is for handcuffing a kindergartner. So I just want to make sure as we move this work forward that we're not conflating the two of those things. But Dr. McColgan, I absolutely, knowing your positions and having the time to work with you, appreciate how much you are invested in this work.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And my other worry is, again, if this isn't sort of very inclusive, and I also worry about terms like, as you guys know, negative terms such as, and I don't mean negative meaning bad, negative meaning in what we don't want versus what we want. Terms like anti-racist. I want more than anti-racist. I don't know what the opposite of that is, inclusive, multicultural, sensitive to everyone, equity, all those sort of things. I don't want to define what we don't want to be. I want to define what we want to be. And I get that the Black Lives Matter curriculum is trying to do that. I am a little bit hesitant in anything that, how to word this correctly, but I want to make sure that any efforts that we do don't create more separation of Black and other melanated. I want us to be all one community with lots of differences that are appreciated by everybody. And so I do sometimes worry about calling out those differences more in a way that may create more separatism. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the reality is that the differences are out there, right? Even though I understand what you're saying. Board Member Akbar?
Yeah, for me, and I think this is a longer conversation. I actually think us as a board, we should go through some racial literacy training, some anti-racist training, because I think it would be helpful. And all of the racial literacy language and training and development that I've been a part of, because of the history of this country, you're talking 4 centuries, you have to start at the position. Somebody's calling. You have to start at the position of race, and then you can get to intersectionality. I think is why we're elevating, Black Lives Matter as a foundational start of it. And then from there, because it's not an end game, it's a continuous game because of the history of this country, then you start to talk about intersectionality, other identities and that sort of thing is the one thing that I would add based on just the racial literacy sort of training and development that I've been through the last, couple of years, that is important to name it. And again, my original point that I started off around, just like what restoration means, is like, yeah, you got to acknowledge it first. And I think this is a step at acknowledging it, and then we can really take the actions, because it's a continuous conversation around what actionable restoration looks like, and elevating those that are doing the work. Because again, it's not an end game. Anti-racist work is not an end game, it's ongoing. And I do appreciate the sentiment that, you know, we want to make it longer, but this to me is the acknowledgement of it, that it's super important, and Black and race being at the center of it to start the conversation.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move us forward now. The board will now vote on action item number 26. Ms. Roush, can you do the roll call?
Yep, sorry,
you.
I'm just
No problem.
looking at my sheet. Mr. Akbar,
Yes.
Ms. Danzy. Ms. Danzy, you're on, board member Danzy, you're mute.
Right. Yeah, I said yes, although I'm like Maria, as I said at the last meeting when we talked about this, I want to see how this is going to be integrated into a more comprehensive program or platform of how we are integrating this into our overall everything, curriculum, you know what I mean, all of those things.
Thank you. Vice President Ahia Hinton.
I'm a yes as well, and I think that is going to be critical that we monitor this as part of our goals and guardrails.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fix Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Huang.
Yes.
Dr. McColgan.
I agree with Vice President just said about monitoring this, and appreciate everyone's comments. I'll vote yes with some reservations, in hopes that at some point in the near future, we get to a point where we are all one and don't need this type of curriculum. That's our ultimate goal.
Okay, what was that, a yes vote?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. MacGyver.
Yes.
Thank you. And it looks like President Wilkerson had to step away for a minute. And I imagine she would like to cast her vote. Oh, here she is. President Wilkerson, we're voting on action item 26.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Action item 26 passes. Thank you. And Vice President Ahia Hinton, we can now move on to the group of, I think it's 5 to 8, 10 to 13, and 15 to 25.
Yes. So board members, can I have a second? A motion and a second, please, to vote on 5 to 13 and 15 to 25. Did I include 8 in there?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. The board will now vote on action items 5 to 13 and 15 to 25. Again, noting that action item 14 has been withdrawn and combined with action item 15. Ms. Roush, please call the roll.
Vice President Ahia Hinton, board members may wish to discuss or comment on some of these.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys, please. Board member Fix Lopez.
A clarifying question. It's probably for Dr. Height. So number 5, action item 5 is around the Zoom. I'm just curious as to, I understand the intention is that it will be up and ready before school starts. I understand the intention is that there will be training during PD week. Obviously, it's a quick shift if somebody's never used Zoom before to operate a classroom. But my big question is it one or the other? Is it like teachers have to commit to Zoom next week in PD or Google Meet or their entire school, or are these both available to them throughout the school year?
These are both available throughout the school year, as well as other things that we may be using as well, but they will be receiving training on both of these, not just one or the other.
Okay, and the training is part of the upcoming this week?
That's correct.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? There are none. Ms. Roush?
Thank you, Vice President Ahia Hinton. Mr. Akbar?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Danzy?
Yes.
Vice President Ahia Hinton?
Yes.
Ms. Fix Lopez?
Yes.
Mr. Huang,
I abstain on 8, 13, and 24, and I'm yes to the rest.
thank you. Dr. McColgan,
Yes.
Dr. MacGyver,
Yes.
President Wilkerson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On votes 5, 6, and 7, they pass unanimously. Action item 8 passes by 7 in favor, none against, and 1 abstention. Action item 9 was previously voted on. Items 10 through 12 pass unanimously. Item 13 passes by a vote of 7 in favor, none against, and 1 abstention. Action item 14 was withdrawn, and action items 15 through 23 and 25 passed unanimously, with action item 24 passing by a vote of 7 in favor, none against, and 1 abstention.
Ms. Rock, can I ask a process question?
Sure.
Because I know that when we were in person meetings, we always stated our reasons for abstentions. And I just wondered, is that something that is required, or how does that work?
Generally, board members abstain on a general basis of it's a familial relationship or a business relationship. That's also recorded in an abstention memo that is kept with the minutes of the meeting. And I think that is how we usually proceed. I think there could be reasons that may be not specific, but there could be perhaps somebody wants to avoid an appearance of impropriety or feels for whatever reason they cannot be impartial, and they may choose to abstain on that basis as well. But that would be harder to categorize.
I'm not sure that answers the question, though. So my question is not when do we abstain. My question was just, are we required to state why we are abstaining? So I've typically said I abstain from certain things with UPenn because I have 2 small businesses that they're a client. I'm just curious, and honestly, I just wondered.
Yes, and generally board members say it's a business relationship or a familial relationship. I will go back and I will look more specifically at that before the next meeting. And I do think that most of the votes, I do think that the abstention memo also captures that.
Okay.
I am going to ask Vice President Ahaya Hinton, I do have something I need to check regarding something in the meeting, and I'm going to ask board members if we could take a 5-minute break so that I can, I don't want to close the voting yet. I want to make sure that everything was recorded appropriately. Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry to everybody in the public and to hold board members and staff up, but I just out of an abundance of caution. Thank you. And I apologize for any inconvenience.
Okay.
Vice President Hinton? I'm back. If let me know when you want to restart, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
No, I'm ready.
Okay, we've reached the end of the voting for this evening, and we can now move to registered speakers on general topics.
Okay, so we will now hear from our speakers. As a reminder, we will be strictly enforcing the 3-minute speaker time limit, and this is an electronic time prompt that will be shared on the screen. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Ms. Roush, please call our first speakers.
Thank you, Vice President. I'm going to call 5 speakers, so please be on standby. Francesca Lally, Rodrigo Fernandez Jarque, Robin Cooper, Kelsey Romano, and Makiba Walls Robinson. And our first speaker is Francesca Lally.
Francesca Lally is not online.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Rodrigo Fernandez Jarque, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name.
Mr. Rodriguez is not online either.
Okay, is Robin Cooper here?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Okay, you can start. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You can start. Thank you.
Good day, School Board President, members, and Superintendent Height. Plans and alternative plans are a necessary part of administrators' lives. When Plan A doesn't work, try Plan B. Even when you prefer one plan over the other, we remember our grandmothers teaching us to never put all of your eggs in the same basket because all of our eggs can be destroyed. CASA advocated for the virtual learning plan, not only for students, but also for the safety of members who would be unnecessarily put at risk should schools rapidly reopen. We knew something was amiss when administrators were given a survey and none of the options included virtual learning. Why give a survey with limited choices that only the district deemed acceptable? Why would the district put all of its eggs in one basket? Why wasn't there a Plan B inclusive of preparing administrators for virtual learning training? Because the district only focused on Plan A, the hybrid, administrators are now forced to disrupt our union partner 32 BJ's cleaning efforts and work 70 hours a week in unclean, unsafe buildings to distribute hundreds of boxes of materials without the necessary supports. Each Friday, administrators receive unreasonable directives to their already demanding caseload, with union leadership being informed 1 to 2 hours prior to these directives being sent out. Emphasis is placed on the word informed because union input is never authentically considered unless you are a union leader who is willing to sacrifice your members' health and safety to curry favor with the school district. So while administrators are in buildings working Plan A, schlepping boxes, their minds are miles away thinking of virtual learning. Unfortunately, no planning or preparation has been done for Plan B. This is reminiscent of the unfortunate situation at Ben Franklin and SLA. Plan A was to reopen the building despite mounting concerns that a reopening shouldn't be rushed. There was no Plan B. The district put all of its eggs in one basket and all the eggs were destroyed. We now understand another reason for lack of virtual learning training, as Plan A, Tracy Ocasio, who was hired to oversee digital learning components, was not properly vetted and is alleged to have been reporting to work for both Philadelphia and Columbus at the same time. Again, Plan A fell through and there is no Plan B. A vote passed to pay nearly $1 million into an equity plan that addresses equity, but not racism or inclusion, despite no input from an array of stakeholders who are invested in ensuring that racism is eradicated within the school district. The district is forging full speed ahead with their Plan A equity coalition instead of being progressive and researching a Plan B, which other large districts employ, a diversity, equity, and inclusion department that reports directly to the school board. These examples speak to the need of possessing more than one plan. We keep putting all our eggs in one basket and all eggs are being destroyed. When will we remember our grandmother's warning? Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. When we know better, we do better. Philadelphia, let's do better.
Our next speaker is Kelsey Romano.
Kelsey Romano is not online.
Okay, moving on, Makiba Walls Robinson.
Makiba Walls Robinson is also not online.
Okay, then I'm going to have to call the next group of speakers. Next up is Stephanie King, followed by Dana Carter, Robin Blake, Laura DiCastillo, and Amit Schwab. Is Stephanie King here?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Stephanie King, and I am the parent of a Kearney Elementary and a Masterman Middle School student. I'm pleased to see the district affirming in Chalkbeat that it intends to focus on equity this year. However, we've all seen in the past how 440 likes to say the right things and then fails to make any meaningful changes. I hope this time will be different. I am calling on you to take the following actionable steps towards equity and racial justice. Number 1, change the way admissions are handled at select and citywide schools. Standardized tests determine how good a student is at taking a test and reflect their parents' socioeconomic status more than the student's ability. We need to prioritize admissions policies that are fair and stop pretending that these numbers are objective. A Penn Alexander student has been given every advantage over a kid from Harntraft. Our systems need to stop allowing privilege to keep perpetuating itself. Number 2, address the segregation and inequality at the elementary level. I know that for whatever reason, this administration is determined to pretend that segregation is a side issue. But when faced with the problem of diversifying the pool at your selective schools, how are you supposed to do that when you keep giving white kids better schools to start with? These are two sides of the same coin of disadvantage. Number 3, stop practices that further hamstring disadvantaged schools like leveling. On the flip side of all the advantages that whiter, wealthier schools accumulate, parents and teachers should not have to fight with the district to keep you from taking things away from us. Leveling needs to end, not just for this unpredictable year, but forever. We all know that it disproportionately affects Black and Brown students and contributes to increased turnover at their schools. In addition, leveling harms even the teachers who remain, making schools scramble to reassign veteran teachers to grades they may not have taught before. At Kearney, there are only 2 teachers still teaching the same grade as when my family started there. Just stop it. And number 4, police-free schools. We know that schools disproportionately discipline students of color and perceive the same behaviors to be more problematic when they come from a Black student compared to a white one. This is contributing not only to Black students' negative experiences with their schools, but cutting off their future pathways because of disciplinary records. In conclusion, it's one thing to say you want equity, but equity doesn't appear like Beetlejuice or Candyman just because you say its name enough times. Equity will require real, meaningful change by taking these kinds of concrete actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dana Carter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
At this time, I'm asking the school board to either begin listening to the people or step down from your positions if you can't hear them. There was nothing that the Inspector General's report stated that you weren't well aware of when the teachers and students and staff at Ben Franklin and SLA High School told you. I understand that the school district was telling you all one thing, but the people were screaming something else. I myself organized the rally outside of Franklin Learning Center and subsequently spoke about asbestos issues at the committee meeting in January of this year. Why is the IG reports a surprise when the people have been telling you all the same thing? I have not seen anyone associated with the School District of Philadelphia who has such extreme biases as Dr. Maria McColgan. This is the same person who fought for police in schools. She nodded her head in agreement as the principal of H.A. Brown called the school community drunks and prostitutes. You have no business here, Dr. McColgan. She just told y'all that she has issues with the term anti-racist, and you all sat in silence. I am disgusted. Everything she just said should be enough for her removal. Her 8-minute speech she gave trying to reopen schools is another reason why she has no business around Black children. We can only be at a place where we won't need the BLM curriculum, Dr. McColgan, if white women like you stay far away from making decisions for Black children. I beg the school board to require anti-racist training for all board members. Are school police officers in the schools during the COVID shutdown? Why do we need $30 million for their budget? Are they completing some intensive anti-racist training between now and November the 17th? That's $30 million. Is anyone paying attention? Who exactly is in charge of the people who are in charge? Was that ridiculous first mess of a hybrid and digital learning plan due to the fact that one of the people whose jobs it was to create the digital learning plan was also working full-time for another school district? Is anybody paying attention? Hello, my name is Dana Carter, and I am a core member of the Racial Justice Organizing Committee. I would like, again, to ask the school board to consider amending Policy 712 so that we can add Elijah Cummings and John Lewis to the list of new school names. In addition to the members of the Racial Justice Organizing Committee, we have partnered with Indigenous Peoples Day Philly, the coalitions of natives and allies, to review the full list of School District of Philadelphia schools and review mascots for offensive and racist names. Please do right by the people and do not have Trump supporters in charge of Black children.
Ooh.
Madam Vice President, may I just make a clarification?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify and respond to Ms. Carter's statement. That never did I say that I don't like the term anti-racist. I just said that as a district, we should be talking about, there's a lot of research that shows for social policies that we should be looking at positive terms, what we want to accomplish rather than what we don't want to. I have no problem with the term anti-racist and believe we should be anti-racist and looking at our system-wide practices. So I just wanted to make that clarification of that mischaracterization.
Thank you. Ms. Froush, please move forward. The next speakers.
Yes, thank you. Robin Blake.
Hello.
You can start. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Robin Blake. I'm a paraprofessional with the Philadelphia School District. Paraprofessionals play a vital role in the school district. We assist the teachers, but our most important responsibility is to assist our students. We work with Philadelphia's most vulnerable students. Our job is challenging and can be difficult at times, especially when we have to give our students 100% at the same time trying to figure out how we're going to feed and clothe our own children. Most paraprofessionals work a second job to help make ends meet. Myself included, I worked 2 jobs off and on for 10 years. 1 job should be enough. Me and a couple of paras got together and formed a group called ParaPower, where we try to provide resources and support to our fellow paras. During this pandemic, a lot of paras lost their second job. Through donations, our group was able to provide food and emergency assistance to our fellow paras that were in need. Again, we need a living wage. 1 job is not enough. 1 job should be enough. Most of us live and work in the same community as our students. Our students not only look forward to seeing us, but they depend on us. We're kind of like their second moms. They're kind of like their school moms. You can say we are that bridge between home and school. We wear many hats. Some days we may have to act as mom, dad, big brother, big sister, counselor, mediator, friend, nutritionist, hairstylist, and the list goes on and on. This year has been devastating to us all. In recent events where racial injustice has been brought to the forefront, our students need us now more than ever. They need to feel safe, confident, assured. They need people that make them feel comfortable, people that they can trust having a conversation with, people who look like them and have experienced some of the same difficulties that they're currently facing. They need to be reassured that they have people that support and believe in them. It's time to start investing more in education and more support for our students and their families. We're asking the district to find the resources to get us to a living wage, to create pathways for paraprofessionals to gain certifications to become teachers and counselors. We need and deserve a living wage so we can continue to give our students 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Del Castillo.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Education members, and Dr. Haidt. My name is Laura del Castillo. I am a bilingual counseling assistant with the School District of Philadelphia. I am proud to say that I am a Latina immigrant. My first years in this country weren't easy. I had to face many situations of discrimination, patronizing attitudes, and racism because I was brown and couldn't speak English. I know how it is to feel lost and unwelcome for not being able to understand the ways that institutions and systems work in a culture that is so different from mine. Because of my own experience, my dream was always to work supporting other Latino and particularly immigrant communities. So when I heard about the position of bilingual counseling assistant, I applied immediately because I saw it as an opportunity to support my own people who were facing similar difficulties to the ones that I experienced. We BCAs are so much more than translators and interpreters. We are cultural bridges between families and the complexities of the school system. We act as case managers that connect people with resources. I have provided emotional support to Latino immigrant students and families that had been forced to leave their home countries undocumented due to terrible conditions of poverty and violence, and who have faced persecution and stigma here because of their immigration status. I also have worked with several Puerto Rican families that lost everything during Hurricane Maria and were deeply traumatized, and we didn't stop during the pandemic. Most of us were working extended hours to support families that were struggling with the digital divide and the lack of resources. All of this without extra pay or recognition. I love being a BCA, but it really hurts me to see how little support our position has from the school district. 85% of us or more are people of color supporting other people of color, who also make up the majority of the student body. Yet, we don't receive a living wage. Several colleagues have been forced to leave this unique and important position because, as passionate as they feel, they simply can't afford it or need to get a second job to be able to support themselves and their families. BCAs deserve a better salary, not just because of how demanding our job is, but for having less turnover in the position. The families that we serve need extra support, especially in these uncertain times where the discrimination, the violence, and the exclusion against communities of color are evident than ever. The district needs to better appreciate and compensate for our work if it wants to show the communities we serve that needs are truly prioritized and their lives truly valued. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amit Schwab, and the five after that are Tony Damon, Desmond Curtin, Devona Grant, Khadija Reddy Hankerson, and Gina Way. Is Amit Schwab here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. You can start.
Hi, my name is Amit Schwab, and I'm a teacher at W.B. Saul High School of Agriculture. I'm sharing an abridged version of a statement cooperatively written with my fellow PFT members at Saul, and around 3/4 of our members have signed on to this letter, as well as our principal and assistant principal expressing their support. We stand behind the epidemiological guidelines set forth by the PFT for eventual in-person reopening, and stress the need for this reopening to occur as a result of science, not an arbitrary date. We also affirm PFT President Jerry Jordan's previous testimony on critical areas of need. As a school, we also wanted to express our particular priorities and concerns. This includes concerns that are unique to our school as well as those that are more universal. As we plan for and engage in virtual learning, our priorities are the following: stable learning communities and adequate staffing. We call for a moratorium on leveling for this school year, and we reject any plan that removes students and staff from our school community, such as a digital academy. Maintenance of facilities, animals, and plants throughout closure so they can be utilized when we go back. We won't have opportunities for our students in 2022 if we don't breed our sheep this coming school year. For example, we won't have lambs when students return. Funding, staff time, and outside contractors used for repair and veterinary services must be honored. As we continue to consider what returning to physical school buildings will look like, we call for the following: a plan for ensuring access to substitute teachers. Our substitutes are retired teachers at increased risk for COVID complications due to their age, and are thus unlikely to serve as in-person substitutes this year. A detailed and rigorous plan for addressing COVID transmission on SEPTA. Volume for each route must be projected and service accordingly increased to ensure that 6 feet of social distance can be met. On crowded charter buses, decreasing capacity by a set percentage will often not be enough. Continued facilities improvements to increase ventilation. This includes removing or replacing screens so our windows can open more than just a few inches, and HVAC repairs. Consideration and accommodation of the unique social distancing challenges associated with CTE education. CTE equipment takes up large amounts of space. This must be accounted for in capacity calculations. We will also need to purchase additional equipment to minimize sharing, as well as disinfecting supplies for tools which are too expensive to duplicate. We should receive additional funding to cover these pandemic-related costs, rather than these costs eating up our normal operating budgets. Finally, we ask for direct input from rank and file PFT, CASA, SEIU, and Unite Here members. And we also suggest that the board engage school-based parent and community committees to participate in providing feedback for the district's reopening plans. We believe families would be more engaged if there were opportunities to do so in smaller, more familiar groups. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Damon.
Good evening. My name is Tony Damon. I am the proud principal at Morrell Dobbins CTE High School. I want to thank Haley for her bravery and advocacy with her testimony earlier this evening. While I appreciate you looking into her situation, you should know that this is not an isolated case. This year, Dobbins had to cut all arts, music, and part of the CTE programs to lay in an intervention program for all 9th and 10th grade students. Congressman John Lewis said, "When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something." So I'm here today to talk about the SPR. The problem I have with the SPR is that it seems to rank and file schools, but it doesn't consider the type of school that you have. For example, the SPR system is a 100-point system where 62 points alone go to student performance on Keystone assessments. You have 8 points, only 8 points going to on-track data. 20 points go to climate, which includes attendance and discipline. 10 points, only 10 points go to college and career readiness, one of our anchor goals. As a CTE administrator, I am extremely concerned because only 1 point out of 100 represents our students' performance on the NOCTI assessment, which is our major assessment. In reading your vision for the proposed board goals, it says we are committed to making a change where needed to provide our students, educators, and leaders with the tools to make this vision real. I ask you, please see our schools as who we are. Understand that equal is not equitable. All of our schools are different, and please rank us and rate us different for the schools that we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Desmond Curtin.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You can start.
Hi, okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Desmond Curtin, Sr. I am the barbering teacher, the only barbering teacher in the school district of Philadelphia at Morrell Dobbins CTE High School. Limbach Award winner back in 2015. And I just want to say a couple things. First, I think it's a new day for sure, and there are so many adjustments that need to be made. It's very important that we consider what it is that we're actually doing and making it so it's equitable all the way around the board. Being a barber teacher, my job is to prepare students with 1,250 hours of instruction to give them the opportunity to learn the art, the science, the business of barbering, and prepare them to take their barber license exam so that when they graduate, they have a diploma in one hand and a career already in their pockets. if you think about it, a lot of people who do not go to a career and technical education school, but to a regular high school may also have the opportunity to go to college as well. But plenty of times, I'm sure all of you can attest to this. Some of you definitely can attest to this. People go to college, get a 4.1 and come out and can't find a job in the field for which they went to school. At Dobbins, we don't have that problem. I think it's very important that the criteria that we have at Dobbins should be considered. The fact that many students may not go to college right out of high school should also be considered. The weight of the NOCTI exam, as well as the licensing exams for barbering, for cosmetology, and for the other programs that require some type of certification, should also be weighed a lot heavier than they are when it comes to career and technical education. And there's one more thing. So it's my understanding that we're only going to have 2 periods per day for the students instead of our 3. That is going to be a problem because students have to earn 1,250 hours of instruction in order to qualify to sit for their state board license exam. And so while we understand that they want us to have interventions for English, the issue is being able to report to the state boards that these students have the amount of instruction time that they need to take their exam is going to be a problem. And we don't want to cause problems for these students. We want to give them all the support and the time that they need in order to learn what they need to learn, in order to earn the hours of instruction they need to have to be able to sit for, take, and pass their state board license exam. Thank you for your ear.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Devona Grant. I'm sorry, Gant. Devona Gant.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As an alumnus of Morrell Dobbins CTE High School and current cosmetology teacher, I am concerned for the many inequities that exist to support the institutional racism that exists within the school district of Philadelphia. However, I will speak to the 3 that affect the cosmetology program. First is the removal of the criteria for CTE schools. You should know that in order for a student to sit for the State Board of Cosmetology exam, they need at least 1,250 hours. This means that the students have to be rostered into a cosmetology program for 1,250 hours in order to be deemed eligible for licensure. The removal of criteria for only some of the CTE schools was an inequitable move to respond to the racism practices of the current system of high school selection as supported in the PEW Charitable Trust Study and published in the Enquirer. It has been indicated that the removal of criteria was to benefit a greater number of students. Where is the benefit if you open the doors to students with poor attendance prior to enrollment and expect that it will automatically change because they are accepted into a particular school or program? No, you're setting them up for failure by not addressing the issues of attendance and maintaining the integrity of the program. My second concern builds on the first. This is the research that's recognized that minorities perform lower on standardized tests than their non-minority counterparts. This is also research supported by standardized tests that are biased and serve as a gateway and roadblock to exclude Black and Brown people. If we know this to be the case, why do we place so much emphasis on standardized testing? The rating SPR is used to rank and file schools' performance in another system that is oppressed, that perpetuates the institutionalized racism in the district and its ranks, or presents the special admit schools, who only accepts proficient and advanced students with great attendance and no discipline higher, giving a NOCTI score of only 1%. How is this equitable to give CTE schools only 1% out of 100 in an area that is their theme? Lastly, my concern is that cosmetology students have been given 1 period to take an English intervention class. Again, I ask that this equitable when they need the instruction to take a state license test. I want to also demonstrate the racial inequity here at the cosmetology program. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Sorry, I had problem unmuting. Our next speaker is Khadija Reddy Hankerson.
Good evening. My name is Khadija Reddy Hankerson, fondly known as Miss H to my students. For the past 4 years, I have been a proud member of the cosmetology department at Murrell Dobbins. Each day, we welcome students from all across the city of Philadelphia, some whose main purpose in selecting Dobbins as their high school home was to attend the cosmetology program. Along with attending mandatory classes to earn high school diplomas, our students take on an additional task to meet the Pennsylvania State Board of Cosmetology regulations and practices, allowing them to be eligible for licensure. Beginning in sophomore year, our students study anatomy, physiology, chemistry, electricity, disorder, and disease. Students must complete 1,250 hours of vigorous training upon the conclusion of their graduating year. This makes daily attendance imperative. If students were not able to receive a full 3 hours of cosmetology instruction daily with us, they would lose the opportunity to be eligible for licensure. Furthermore, the student who would have to be accepted into an adult program to continue to receive their instruction for cosmetology. The current tuition for cosmetology school is $28,000. We service many students who would not be able to pay a fraction of their costs and are dependent on completing the program at the high school level for access to employment. In addition to cosmetology training, students must also be CPR and OSHA certified to ensure public and individual safety. As you can imagine, this is no easy accomplishment, and most industry professionals pursue licensure as adults. I have found that some of my students are the first to graduate high school, and their driving force to completing high school has been connected to wanting them to advance their craft and complete the cosmetology program. Along with studying theoretical aspects of cosmetology, our students must also complete practical training. Practical training is not just simple styling, but also is professional ethics, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship. Students have the opportunity to embark upon a career and have access to tools that can provide income. I consider myself to be upon the proud who are training our next great thinkers and our workforce. The tasks are not easily obtained, and I believe it only fair to credit students as so. It was not long ago that we were all shut in and we realized how essential our hairstylists and beauty professionals were to us because we no longer had access to them. Could you only imagine if we were short some beauty professionals because they no longer had the means to?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gina Way, and after that we will have Sheila Ramos, Patrice Johnson, and Angelique Howard, Alma Shepard Matsuo, and Lee McIntyre. Is Gina Way here?
Yes.
Thank you. You can start.
Hi, I know it's been a long evening, so I really appreciate everyone's time. My name is Gina Way, and I am a high school math teacher in the district, and I want to speak in support of Philly Student Union's call for police-free schools. Later in my statement, I will speak about what my role as a teacher means to me, but I want to start with my experience as a student. Growing up as a child of immigrants in this country, I had the constant feeling like I was a new house guest, trying my best to act polite while figuring out the rules in this unfamiliar household. I trusted what the adults around me told me, and I took for granted that the way things were more or less the way things should be. As I grew into a young adult, I slowly began peeling and eroding away the belief systems that the adults in my life entrusted me to inherit and uphold. These belief systems no longer made sense to me, and I had to search for my own answers. In the past few months, I've been watching the students in our city with disbelief awe, and pride. They are speaking up, organizing, protesting, and making their own demands. I stand with Philly Student Union in demanding police-free schools. We want the $31 million currently spent on police officers to be reallocated to the budgets for hiring counselors, nurses, and staff members trained on unarmed, non-law enforcement, safety, and school climate. It took me until my adulthood to find my voice, and I'm still in the process of fine-tuning it. But so many of our students are already well beyond the belief systems and imaginary boundaries inherited to them by adults. We are these adults. We board members, teachers, staff members in our schools are the ones who model and teach our young people what kind of society we want and accept. In desperate moments when we're scrambling for buy-in from our students, I've heard many teachers, myself included, fall back on one sentence. I'm just trying to prepare you for the real world. At the current moment, that's exactly what our schools do. We are simply replicating the punitive and oppressive policing systems that we use in our society at large. I cannot accept being just another adult who begs young people to try to fit themselves within a system that upholds white supremacy by oppressing and killing Black and brown people. I will not allow these injustices to keep reproducing themselves. As the adults who are responsible for the well-being of our students and the minds who mold our shared future, we must abolish police from our schools and begin modeling a new, better, and just system. Reallocate the budget for police in schools to counselors, nurses, and community members trained in unarmed, non-law enforcement safety and school climate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sheila Ramos.
Sheila Ramos is not online.
Okay, thank you. Patrice Johnson.
Patrice Johnson is not online.
Angenique Howard.
Good evening, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Angenique Howard, and I am the president and founder of Unique Dreams, Inc. We are a 501c3 nonprofit community-based organization. We are focused in the human service and social services sector, and our main focus is community engagement, strengthening families, and empowering youth. And I hope that other service-based organizations will rally behind or with me in echoing the sentiments that our focus is just meeting the current needs of our communities and the program participants during these unprecedented times. So I do propose that the school district utilize some of the current resources that are available in the city. Mainly speaking about the rec centers and then also organizations like mine that have the capacity or the ability to build the capacity to implement a virtual day program. And we would look to be targeting the population age group between 5 and 13, and also the children with special needs. And the reason for this is because we're going to have a lot of parents returning back to work, and there is a group of kids that are not able to learn autonomously and will need some structure and also someone to facilitate the learning virtually. So the idea will provide safety, which is a definite need right now with everything that's going on in the city, also supervision and supports for educational engagement. Speaking more about the things that are going on in the city, I think it's largely in part due to just the lack of extracurricular activities and programs, and then also the lack of community-based services that are directly in the communities that are at risk. A few other things that this will provide is breakfast and lunch. We were a pantry distribution site in the height of the COVID-19, and we received food from the SHARE program at Fill Abundance, and we feel like that would definitely benefit the community, as in one day, within 1 hour, we fed 50 families, and there was a larger need for those children in that specific area. This will also allow for contact tracing, and I do feel like both having the rec centers and also the organizations provide the virtual day program will also will be able to incentivize education, utilizing recreational activities and sports, art programs, and then also music programs. So this will serve as sort of an annex to these school district. We know that the district has done an extensive work around reopening readiness, and we feel like the district could guide us and just making sure that this is more streamlined. So just a few things really quickly. Utilizing resources that are available to you, we feel like will, build that internal capacity, and also reallocating funds opposed to soliciting funds, and also utilizing the manpower as there are boots on the ground that are available to do this work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alma Shepherd Matsuo.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Alma Shepherd Matsuo. I'm an English teacher at Merle Dobbins CTE High School. I want to first speak my support for students who have been speaking today and throughout the summer. The board has called our students brave. I hope the board will also recognize the credibility of their voices and work to ensure students don't get kicked off future meetings, which happened today and has happened in the past. I additionally am glad of the board voting yes on action item 26 as an educator who is in full support of the Black Lives Matter Week of Action and as a clear and non-divisive issue like many of my colleagues and students. I want to briefly speak to my disappointment in the board passing action item 1. There are numerous educator, student, and parent-founded Philly organizations that have been doing the work of equity-focused education and anti-racism pedagogy for years. The district could be hiring these existing groups. How exactly will this consulting firm spend our $500,000? I hope the board and Dr. Haidt are prepared to be very public about that account and, going forward, are willing to show true involvement with local organizations. We're willing to be involved with you. For my main point, I want to advocate for the education of my students at Dobbins, including Haley Ivory, who spoke earlier this evening. This year, the district decided that our students needed to improve on the keystones. In order to do this, academic courses for 9th and 10th graders are now on double period blocks. To make space for this, we were forced to let go of all of our electives. Our students have no art, no music, no theater, and no film, all amazing and fulfilling creative outlets students previously had access to. What's more, the double period of English cuts into the CTE shop times for our 10th graders. The purpose of Dobbins is as a CTE school, career and technical education. Our students come to us because they want to learn a skilled trade, training often made inaccessible. What's more, all of our students already take the NOCTI exam, meaning our students double up on state exams. I and many staff, many of whom you heard tonight at Dobbins, feel angered and saddened by this limiting of our students' school experience just to fulfill a one-size-fits-all approach to academic success. We have also discovered that Act 1 of the 2016 Senate Bill 880 requires, among other things, that the PTE provide alternative pathways for students to demonstrate readiness for college and career, and require that the districts not restrict student access to CTE or other electives simply to make space for intervention classes, which our current schedule does. Our incoming freshmen, who already have to deal with starting high school in a pandemic, are facing a bleak and unwelcome schedule. And our 10th graders start this year with their CTE shop training severely hobbled. I asked the board to look into Act 1 of the 2016 Senate Bill 880 and the 2016 Senate Bill 1095 and restore my students' classes. I also asked the district to allow CET schools to accept NOCTI scores in lieu of keystones as an appropriate and legal alternative to provide college and career readiness. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee McIntyre. And after Lee McIntyre, we will have Shira Cohen, Katie Miller, Kashmir Nichols, Luz Pagan, and Tracy Patterson. Is Lee McIntyre here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Lee. I'm a one-to-one paraprofessional educator, and I work at SLA Bieber. I've been working in the district for the past 4 years. I love the work that I do as a para, especially helping students advocate for themselves and finding different ways of learning that work for them. However, I, like most paras in the district, have had to find part-time jobs in order to cover my living expenses. I have been tired and stretched too thin from working the evenings after school, and I was not able to be as present with my students as I wanted to be. I was getting sick and needing to call out more often. I realized that as much as I loved it, it would not be a sustainable long-time career for this reason. And I began a graduate program in school counseling in order to make a living wage and continue to do what I do and what I love in a new way. I found out that ultimately the district has not been invested in paras career advancement either. The lack of the real tuition assistance and paid leave for internships and student teaching is a huge deterrent for most of us even considering teaching and counseling programs. Why should I have to go into debt to cover my school and living expenses while I'm working full-time for the district? Some of my colleagues tonight have told you why paraprofessionals are so valuable. We need a contract that recognizes our value and invest in our well-being that ensures we do not have to come to work exhausted from multiple jobs so we can support our students. In 2017, we fought alongside teachers for a new contract, and when the contract came, we were left in the dust with marginal changes to our salaries. Para's starting salaries can be as low as $15,000 per year. Imagine trying to support yourself and your family on $15,000. In Philadelphia, a living wage is $30,000 at the bare minimum. The current contract tells paraprofessionals that we will not earn a living wage for 6 years, and even then, not a penny more. A lot of paras are women of color from the communities they work in. A fair wage for paras is an investment in our schools and communities. What kind of message is a district sending when paras are neglected? Teachers, principals, counselors, students, parents depend on paraprofessionals and the work we do in the school every day. We are expected to do difficult, skilled work with very little training. Yet the district has made no effort to invest in paraprofessionals. The very least we can do is ask to be respected as educators, a living wage of $30,000 to start, not end, and real opportunities for professional development, including tuition assistance. And I urge the board to consider this as we enter contract negotiation. I want to see classrooms and schools where paras who are dedicated to supporting teachers and students are supported in return. Thank you for your time.
Shira Cohen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm reading this testimony on behalf of my colleague who could not be here today. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Luis Raul Oquendo. I've been a bilingual counseling assistant, a BCA, for the School District of Philadelphia, and a career paraprofessional and educator for over 20 years. In my career with the district, I have held 9 different roles, all supporting parents, children, and families. This is not because I have wanted to change roles, but because of school budgets. As a BCA, part of the paraprofessional and PFT family, I ask that the board adequately and fairly compensate our stretched out workforce. This summer, BCAs were key to narrowing the digital divide. We supported the ongoing success of the English Learner Summer Enrichment Program, as well as the Student Technology Survey Initiative to assess what families needed for successful remote learning. We have worked around the clock to assist the families who have the most to lose in this pandemic. This includes making sure that families have their immediate needs met, access to food, water, housing, medical assistance, and more. We continue to work throughout our vacation time to assure families who are new to this country, making sure that they get resources they need in their native language. Close to 100 BCAs have helped families get internet for their homes and access Chromebooks. We have provided information sessions at schools for principals. We have answered questions via phone and text because we want to be available for our most vulnerable families. We love what we do, but we need more support. We should be compensated fairly and more positions should be funded so that we don't suffer from compassion fatigue, burnout, and high levels of stress. Our children and families literally depend on it. I have lost so many colleagues full of talent, gifts, education, and the expertise to bring us closer to meeting the needs of our community. Our decision makers don't take this seriously enough. Do not punish frontline staff by not compensating us adequately and fairly. We are your educational first responders. We are your essential workers. We value the excellent work being done by our exceptional colleagues in teaching and non-teaching positions. We admire their commitment and dedication to our students regardless of the challenges. We too give this city and the school district the absolute best regardless of our own circumstances. We ask that you fully, adequately, respectfully, and fairly fund and compensate us for our work and for being there for our children and families even when the district has forgotten us. We are here and we are not going away. Thank you.
Katie Miller.
Katie Miller is not online.
Okay, thank you. Kashmir Nichols.
Kashmir Nichols is not online.
All right, Luz Pagan.
Luz Pagan has logged off.
Okay, Tracy Patterson.
Tracy Patterson is not online.
All right, I'm going to call the next group of 5. Khadijah Hatchett, Katrina Clark, Gladys Harlow, Marissa Braban, and Carmen Villa. Is Khadijah or Khadijah Hatchett here? Apologies for mispronouncing.
Khadijah Hatchett, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. You can start.
Good evening. My name is Khadijah Hatchett Alexander. I'm a special education classroom assistant. I've been with the district for 10 years. 10 years, and I'm still fighting for a seat at the table. You see, I'm a part of a unique team that gets placed in the back of the room during the professional development meetings. We are the ones being kicked, bit, hit, spat on, disrespected, talked down to by students and sometimes adults. But that's a part of our job description, right? We're the ones who work one-on-one, 1-to-3, hand over hand with the district's most vulnerable students. The paraprofessional is the bridge between a special education teacher and a regular education teacher. We are the communication line. Paras wear so many different hats, and yet we are not being paid a livable wage. The average para barely clears $500 every 2 weeks. 8 out of 10 work a second job just to make ends meet. This is unacceptable. 10 years of hard work and dedication, and I still can't afford a seat at your table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katrina Clark.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Katrina Clark, and I'm going to read the testimony of a fellow PFT member who cannot be here. My name is Kim Downs, and I am a paraprofessional at Fitzpatrick Elementary School. I have been with the district for 10 years. I started as a volunteer, then in 2010, I was hired to be a lunch aide, and in 2014, moved on to be a para when I was with the emotional support class. I did not realize how much we had to deal with. We are kicked, punched, bitten, spit on, and have chairs thrown at us. I've been hurt numerous times. I was put in school jail, which was unfounded. When I was hired to be a para, it was only for $11 an hour. Then the steps started, and now I'm making $30,000 a year. This is not enough for what the paras do. We put up with a lot with the kids. Sometimes we can't even get the support of the office staff because they are busy handling other situations. $30,000 is not enough for a second income and no way enough for a single parent. We deserve better pay for all the emotional and physical duties we go through. Another para was kicked in the face. A student broke her jaw. Right now, I'm dealing with nerve issues in my neck from a student hurting me. Thank you, Kim Downs.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gladys Harlow.
Gladys Harlow has logged off.
Okay, Marissa Braban.
Hello?
Yes, thank you. You can start.
Okay, so how you doing? My name is Marissa Braban. I'm here to speak on the treatment of paraprofessionals and what we do. We deserve more than we receive. Oftentimes we are asked to go above and beyond our positions. We do so much and are often forgotten in support. I recall a time where I was being attacked with other staff members and we were not helped until the child eventually calmed down. That was ridiculous. The job we do is risky, but who else will step up and support our children the way that we do? I'm a hard worker that goes above and beyond for my students, but I'm also a single mother of 2 with an honest job that has low pay. How could someone who works with children who require so much attention be paid so little? I should be able to work and not be worried about how I'm going to pay a bill or buy my kids the necessities they need. I shouldn't have to be worried about how will I buy my kids a coat or a book bag, some things that they need. It's not fair. We are vital to the school district and deserve just as much respect and better pay. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carmen Villa, and then after that we'll have Lisa Bullock, Chaim Kramarenko, Horace Clouden, Julie Crespo, and Mary Fagan. Is Carmen Villa here?
Carmen Villa is not here.
Okay. Lisa Bullock.
Lisa Bullock has logged off and Hyam is not here.
Okay, thank you. Horace Clouden. Is Horace Clouden here?
Horace Clouden is here. We're waiting for him to unmute.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
They can hear you. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, hello again, board. Boy, I wonder who's talked about student achievement. If you have the binder in front of you, can you turn to tab number 8? That should tell you the 0% schools. Anyway, the science says that you should return to school, but the data and achievements shows that you should not. You know, this report that I gave you is from 1,290 pages of the SPR, and I've broken it down to 27 pages to make it a quick reference for you, which deals with 215 schools. So basically, if anybody says there's testimony and says their school, you'll be able to look up and see the quick profile of the schools. One question I'd like you to ask Dr. Height is, what is an acceptable percentage for achievement? You know, we have schools, 25 of them at least, that have 0% in achievement, you know, and then to go all the way to the other scale, you have one school that has 100% achievement, but yet they have a racial problem. So, you know, that needs to be explained to the public. Now, in the binder that I gave you, a quick reference for those that don't have a binder or don't know what I'm talking about, there's 158 schools under 24% in achievement, which 27 of those schools are at 0%. You know, the data shows that only the special admit schools, the children have a chance at a decent education. You know, the 158 schools represent 98,000 students. You know, so I like once this stuff is posted, you say the binder will be posted. I like these other groups that are out there listening to take a look at student achievement. You know, it's fine that you have everybody is interested in whatever they're interested in, but you need to take time and show an interest in student achievement because as a whole, the students aren't learning. And what the binder also shows is there's a problem with teacher attendance. And I think there's also a problem with the principals in these schools. You know, that could be with this autonomy thing is really causing some of this problem that you have. So if you could just ask the superintendent, what's an acceptable achievement range in achievement, percentage in achievement? And please take time to read the binder. I'm sure it'll help you be part of the conversation when student achievement comes up. Thank you for your time.
Vice President Hay Hinton, can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
First of all, Mr. Clouden, nice to hear your voice, and thank you as always for testifying. I guess a question for Vice President Hay Hinton, when and how can we access this binder, either an electronic version of it, or is there a hard copy that we can pick up?
I can answer that. I believe it's, we received it yesterday. I think we've scanned it, and I think it's with the written testimony on the board's website, but I'll confirm that and make sure it gets up there. But I do believe that we got it posted there.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Madam President, I think also Cynthia sent it out, I thought, to all of us yesterday.
Yeah, I thought she did.
Yeah.
As part of the with the testimony, I thought.
She may very well have. I haven't seen it yet. That's on me.
Oh, no problem.
We love those reports.
Ms. Rouse, would you please move forward?
Yes, thank you. Julie Crespo. Do we have Julie Crespo?
Hi.
Hi, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Duri Crespo, and I'm working as a paraprofessional. I'm a classroom assistant in a AS class. I've been working for 7 years as assistant, but I'm being in the district as a paraprofessional for 15 years. I love my job. I'm really passionate about it, but it's really difficult now to really complete my like completely be in my job because we need to work extra jobs. And to me, every aspect of the school impact our kids in different ways. So every staff member is important and every kid need to feel safe at school. I think one of the most important things I can point it out is that I am Hispanic and I speak Spanish. So like many other parents, I speak the same language of the students. We know the students do better with the staff that know them, and I'm part of the community too. So our duties vary according to the needs of our students. So many students need physical care for feeding them or lifting, moving, or we need to clean, behavior management, and academic assistance. And that's why we are trying to, we think, that we deserve a living wage, be well trained, and be encouraged to move into teaching or any other positions. I want to remark that paraprofessionals are going to be a critical part of the reopening plan for the future because we are the ones that support in the implementation of the rules and lessons. And as a parent, I suffer too because the paraprofessional was the one I reach all the time when I go to school for my kids. So I understand both sides, how important is our job in the school district. And also that we need more people that speak more languages and the documentation to be in different languages, especially Spanish, because our community, especially in North and Northeast, is really high. Is Spanish speaking language people are really, really high in our community. And not all the schools provide all the information clearly and don't have staff members that really help these parents that feel lost in these uncertain situations. I appreciate your time and thank you for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Fagan, and after that, our next five are Jessica Way, Jasmine Bennett, Michael Atwell, Blossom Kaleo, and Cecilia Thompson. Is Mary Fagan here?
I am. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mimi Fagan. I am a paraprofessional working at Lincoln High School. I've been with the district for 10 years. I've seen a huge discrepancy in wages for paras. As already mentioned, paras start at $15,054. This is just above the poverty line for Alaska and barely $3,000 over the rest of the country. This is really sad. Paras are hardworking individuals who come happily to work every day to support our special needs population. I'm also a parent of a special needs son who was fortunate enough to have the most incredible one-to-one. She was instrumental in his success. Without her, my son would have floundered in and out of school and struggled to improve on his behaviors. She was not paid nearly enough and worked at an improved private setting, making at least $10,000 more than the paras in our district. I am also the lead interpreter for the School District of Philadelphia. In my role, I mentor interpreting students to help them improve on their skills. And if they aren't well enough to become an interpreter at the district, I encourage them to apply to the district as a classroom assistant or a one-to-one, working in our hard of hearing program schools across the city. Many have declined due to the insulting starting salary. Seriously, we have been told it's insulting, and it indeed is. We're struggling to find good, qualified paras to work with our students due to the low pay, leaving many students without much needed support. Ultimately, the district is out of compliance for the individual education plans that they are given by law. This could lead to multiple lawsuits, and also costing the district more money in legal fees and services for these students. My stepson currently works at $8.75 an hour at a supermarket. Annually, that would be the equivalent of $9,000 per year, meaning a paraprofessional could work full-time hours at a supermarket with less responsibilities. This is unacceptable. We are in a huge season of change. Change for civil rights, change for equality, change for the betterment of our community and our schools. Help us be the change for our students. Give our students a fighting chance for a bright future by having people who are paid well to do the hard work that needs to be done. Be the change to allow our powers to have what they deserve. My plea for the board is not just to consider, but to implement change for our powers to earn a much deserved, honorable salary that they can take pride in. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jessica Way.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
Wonderful. I'm going to start by reading for Rodrigo Fernandez, a bilingual counseling assistant who was trying to speak earlier. Good evening. I'm here to talk about a small group of district workers, small but crucial. I'm here today to talk about the bilingual counseling assistants, or BCAs for short. I'm a BCA myself. And I'd like to explain how the increase in our workload combined with the low compensation we receive causes many BCAs to leave the district each year. This in turn greatly affects our students and their families. Years ago, our role was to simply serve as interpreters. Over the years, our job description has evolved to include providing critical help for our English learners and families to navigate not only the school district, but the city and even the federal landscape. We provide high-level interpretation services during IEPs and community meetings. We translate documents, we prepare and deliver workshops. We do community outreach and connect families with local resources. We help newcomers become familiar with the school. We are sensitive and trained on the hardships and trauma that newly arrived students and families endure. We're sometimes the only adult in the school building that a student can speak to in their native language. Oftentimes, we are the first person to embrace a recently arrived family who has gone through a lot. Sometimes we are, in fact, the only person. During this pandemic, BCAs have worked tirelessly and most frequently after hours to keep immigrant and ELL students connected to their teachers and classmates. We also worked with families to make urgent connections to much needed community resources. And that's because we're not only language interpreters. We bridge the gaps and help other staff members to understand cultural differences when it's needed. We are part of the glue that keeps the ideal of a diverse school community alive. And in order to do our job, we need to grow trust and build long-term relationships with our students and families. However, the low compensation we receive makes it hard for BCAs to remain in the position. In their first year, BCAs are paid only $23,000 a year, which is very low when compared to interpreter salaries in Philadelphia. So unfortunately, schools see new BCAs coming and leaving, and the district struggles to hire new BCAs every few months. The turnover of BCAs impacts immigrant families and students who depend on the building of trust and relationships. And closing, our role is vital. Please work to retain BCAs. With fair pay, you will ensure that our talent, skills, and dedication stays within the district and continues to benefit the immigrant communities we serve. Thank you. And I just also wanted to add quickly that a number of us had analyzed pay scales for paras over the years, and whereas decades ago they were making 150% above the poverty guideline, they are now at 118%, meaning that starting paras qualify for food stamps. For the past 3 years, that just started happening. They're making official poverty level wages. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Atwell.
Michael Atwell is not online.
Okay, thank you. Blossom Kaleo.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You can start.
All right, thank you. Okay, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony to the school board. My name is Blossom Kaleo and I am a paraprofessional. I am now at Shepherd Elementary School from Beish Martin and before that Girard Elementary School. Coming this fall, I am a member of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers and a member of the Working Caucus of Educators. Our union is under contract negotiations. This is my upcoming 4th year in working with the School District of Philadelphia. While I love what I do when I work with children and love assisting the teachers, I'm concerned about how we are paid as paraprofessionals. I make under $13,000 a year as a support services assistant and have a second job to make up the difference for rent and other bills. The second job helps to bring up the income to almost $20,000 a year. It's doable for now for me, but I lost my second job due to this COVID-19 outbreak. I am trying to finish my master's degree in becoming a teacher and would also like to know if there's a pathway for many of us paras to become certified as teachers, since we are experienced with the school district and with working with the children. I see there is a need for it in the school district and would like to become one. I would like to stay with the district because I love being able to bring hope into the eyes of the children in Philadelphia, many of whom struggle with diverse issues. Recently, my second job, as I stated before, had to be cut off due to COVID-19, and I am now stretching my dollars to pay for bills such as rent, phone, transportation, and so forth. I cannot keep living this way. I need more income to survive and thrive for the future. I would like a full-time career as an educator, but I can't even finish my master's degree due to money. We can't pay back our student loans with what we have as well. I would like to save more money also to buy a house and thrive in this city, but it can't be done with my salary. We need your help, school board. There are many of us in this position that have stories similar to mine. Please consider us paraprofessionals in this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cecilia Thompson.
Can everyone hear me?
Is Cecilia Thompson here?
Can you hear me?
I think I'm hearing you, but it's very low.
Do you hear me now?
I can hear you. I hope others can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll speak louder. At the beginning of the meeting, I saw Mr. Wong, who was a good representation of many families who are working from home while lovingly providing support to their children, and multiple children and students with disabilities, and this can be a difficult situation. That being said, remote or virtual learning did not work for many students living with autism and intellectual disabilities or complex disabilities. At Dr. Height's Facebook talk yesterday, he said some teachers have the option of teaching in the school with a small group of students. I am asking that these students with disabilities such as autism, intellectual disabilities, and complex needs be considered as part of these small groups with their proper supports and services. Second, the access centers were mentioned today during Mayor Kenny's, Tuesday, Thursday talk. But transportation will not be provided, as they said, transportation is provided by the School District of Philadelphia. And when the question was asked about students with disabilities, would they be supported? It was said that the School District of Philadelphia would have to provide those supports. These children have families who are in the pharmacy, supermarkets, police and fire, and other necessary services. Their children have to be supported some type of way. I'm asking the district to, with these access centers, to please provide the necessary supports so these children are not ostracized and we have some type of divide of those students who can be supported, those with disabilities and those without disabilities. During this pandemic, everybody is suffering, no one more than another, but we don't want it to be that the students with disabilities do not have a place to go because the proper supports and services aren't provided to them via in the classroom and these access centers. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I can't remember if I announced the next group of 5 speakers. I apologize. Mama Gail Clouden, Leah Clouden, Katia Eltwin, Maddie Lubert, and Elizabeth Wesley. Is Mama Gail here?
Peace and blessings and much love. As I sit and listen to the different testimonies that I've heard tonight, and I think about the fact that in 2015, the United Nations declared that this is the decade of the descendants of those who came across the waters. And when I think about the Ark of Return, the memorial that was placed on the United Nations grounds, and hearing folks saying Black Lives Matter, knowing that in the 1800s, when our people were not only building this country, they created learning institutions. They were reading and writing and going to college or university in the 1800s. And here we are in 2020, and our children can't read and write and don't even know how to sign their name. How backwards have we gone? When I listen to you, Dr. Height, with your oratory skills, and they're incredible. And we listen and we listen and we listen year after year after year. And here we are now faced with COVID, where if children go to school, God only knows what can happen. Education should have been and should be the #1 priority. And when I think of the behavior issues that you all are talking about, and mental health issues and all the other issues that you want to put in the front, instead of talking about education and why children aren't being taught, what I think about is how many of our children have behavior issues and health issues and other kind of issues, and being put in foster care and everything else because of the issues in the school. And you can't escape racism. I've been talking about this for years and years and years, and God knows I've experienced it in the schools when talking to people. When I think about Boston Group, and I think about why does Philadelphia have to be a cash cow for all these different groups that come through? How many school board members researched Boston Consulting Company or Boston Consulting Group? How many of you looked them up and looked at Boston, Massachusetts schools? Did you look them up and see what they're doing? Because I did. Why does Philadelphia have to be the cash cow? And as I said over and over and over, why do people that have the least have to give the most? Why isn't there a zero policy where racism is concerned? If you know that it's going on in the schools, then let's get rid of those people. Are there only 80 schools with air conditioning? Dr. Height, you can answer that. And I'm not asking for y'all to answer nothing right now because I'm annoyed listening to all that I've heard. What if a school becomes a shelter in place? What happens then? If it has to be shut down, what happens with ventilation then?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Clouden. Is Leah Clouden here?
Ms. Rausch, I don't know if Leah Clouden is speaking on the same line as Mama Gail. I'm going to unmute her again to see if she is there.
Okay, thank you.
No, Leah's not here, but you cut me off. I wasn't finished. I still had some time and you cut me off.
The timer counts down for the 3 minutes automatically.
I'm looking at the timer on the TV and it wasn't up. The time wasn't up. I'd like to speak, since people spoke for other people, is it possible to speak for Leah?
There's a
People spoke for other people tonight.
Mama Gail, there's a 2-minute time lag between the live stream and the Zoom, which we announced at the beginning of the meeting. And we do have to move on to the next speaker.
We're on WID 900 AM every Friday talking about education from 1:45 to 2 o'clock. God bless you all, and we got to do better. Peace and love.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katia Eltwine.
She is not online.
Okay, thank you. Maddie Lubert.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Height and members of the school board. I'm Maddie Lubert, an English teacher at Kensington Health Sciences Academy, a PFT member, and a member of the Caucus of Working Educators. We've been hearing a lot lately about the district's internal capacity or the lack thereof. The problem of SDP not having the internal capacity to do basic things like manage construction projects or handle staff development in-house has been once again unmasked like a Scooby-Doo villain. When these stories hit newsstands, I always wondered to myself, how would I be treated if this happened in my classroom? One thing our district does not lack capacity to do is observe and evaluate teachers. Like many teachers, I've been observed countless times, always receiving feedback from my supervisors, the assistant superintendent, or their walkthrough crew. When we have debrief conversations, I'm expected to take the constructive feedback given and use it to improve my performance as a teacher. If changes aren't made by my next observation, it will be noted. I'm lucky to have supervisors that are both collaborative and trusting, ones that have built our school's internal capacity for leadership, delegating roles like grade group leader, PD facilitator, or SBTL to our teachers. We take growth seriously because we know if our data doesn't reflect enough growth, the very existence of our neighborhood school is at risk. It seems like the district never stops getting feedback from its employees as well as its stakeholders in the general public. This is why I'm so dismayed by the fact that whenever a problem is officially identified, our leaders seem surprised to hear about it. There are solemn acknowledgements of mistakes made, but no movement towards meaningful action steps. So my question looms, how long can we rely on consulting contracts as band-aids to plug gaping wounds in our district's operations, even after we see one public failure after another? Our district throws away hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time to private consulting firms that have dubious political connections or serious conflicts with our district's stated mission and action plan. If, in a debrief conversation with my principal, I suggested we just use the school coffers to hire another teacher due to my own lack of capacity or vision to do the job, I'd be on the path to termination. The fact is that the district does have the internal capacity to develop and sustain leaders. Unfortunately, if you only search as far as the offices of 440, you overlook thousands of rank and file experts. The reason we have organizations like TAG, the Caucus of We, and RJ Organizing is because school leaders, authentic leaders whose paychecks don't reflect their impact, want our students to get the education they deserve. Ask anyone that has spent time organizing during their career, and I'm sure they would love to be paid to build sustainable structures for future growth. So I ask you to please stop acting out public mea culpas and tossing away hundreds of thousands of dollars on outsourced training. You would spend much less money on long-lasting effective support if you called on existing leaders in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Wesley.
Elizabeth Wesley is not online.
Okay, Nick Palazzolo. Is Nick Palazzolo here?
Nick Palazzolo is here. We're waiting for him to unmute.
Thank you.
Is Nick Palazzolo still available?
Can
you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking you. Good evening. Last month, I spoke in support of our Black students demanding racial equity at Central and the Racial Justice Organizing Committee set demands for our district. Tonight, I am back to join with my students and demand a Director of Equity and Inclusion position at Central. They have spent time this summer, the students have meetings with Directors of Equity and Inclusion at other schools to learn about the position and what is needed for success. They put in the work to meet with one another, to freedom dream, craft demands, prepare for meetings with our principal, write speeches for rallies, deliver testimony before you all last month and at yesterday's town hall, and organize with students across the district. They are living and leading in the legacy of 1967. But it is not enough to be inspired by them, to stand in awe of their power. The poet locally urged us to ask, why do they need to be powerful and inspirational? We and you must use our power to change the conditions that require them to be brave and inspirational to simply live and learn with dignity in their own city and school. They know what they need. They know you can use your power to meet their demands. We say that this board and the superintendent here fill these students and families, but what should that mean in practice? It should mean that when our students inform you of what is needed, you figure out how to get it done. Our students have asked our principal for a fully released Director of Equity and Inclusion. Will you support them and advocate for this position? Dr. Height, will you commit financial resources to get this done? We and our student leaders know that should a teacher be hired in this role with just 1 or 2 periods released, they would set up to fail to simply not be managing racism and inequity. And the inequities at Central are vast and require policy changes and transformation of our school culture. We need someone in the decision-making position dedicated to leading this work. Last month, I made clear some of the inequities at our school. Last year, Black students made up less than 20% of the student body. Latinx folks made up 7%. All this in the district is 52% Black and 21% Latinx. In my analysis of the key courses for 2018-19 school year, I found that although Black students made up 21% of the central student body, they represented only 10% of all AP students. Beyond numbers, there remains a lack of representative curriculum in many classes, a refusal to affirm Black X for Cultural and International Day. I need to pause here because I cannot help but note that I saw a similar refusal from Board Member McColgan to affirm Black Lives Matter Week of Action and the work of Black educators and students behind BLM Week of Action earlier. To continue with other issues at my school, widespread use of racial slurs and racist views that increase equity and access to learning standards. And Black students are somehow lucky to be at Central. In fact, Central is lucky to have Black students, and Central has not proven itself to be safe and affirming environment for them. Committing the resources to this Director of Equity and Inclusion position would be a step towards ensuring that we build this safe and affirming environment they deserve. I continue to await answers to the questions I asked you regarding concrete steps towards equity in admissions and access I laid out in my testimony last month. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Stephanie Cargo.
Stephanie Cargo has logged off.
Okay, thank you. That is the end of our speakers for the evening, Madam Vice President.
Madam Vice President, I heard most of Mr. Palazzolo's testimony, but if he was reading it, if it is possible for him to submit it in writing so that we could take the time to digest the information that he shared with us, that would be helpful for me at least.
He has already done that. We received it earlier today.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
I'm sorry, guys, I needed to unmute. So we've come to the end of our meeting. Before we end, however, I want to ask board members, or are there board members that have any additional business before we proceed to adjournment?
Just one thing, Madam Vice Chair, and that is not right up to our school business, but I want to commend the students, particularly, I think her name is Shania Green or Sania Street, who is following the footsteps of her grandfather and father. They're moving to do voting activity within their schools, particularly now for them to get them registered, because we need everyone out there who can vote. And I'd like to ask them, as they're out there working with their peers who have graduated, if any of them might be interested also in being poll workers, so that those who want to go to the polls will be able to do it in the areas where they normally have been going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Akbar?
Yeah, I just wanted to elevate Sanaya Brownings. I know she had some technical difficulty, but I met the sister about a month ago, and she had some really powerful testimony, and maybe at some point we can get her back around. I know we missed her testimony, but I met the sister, and she has a pretty powerful testimony going on the same vein of our student speakers.
Okay, no one else? Okay. So thank you, Ms. Rauch. On behalf of on behalf of the board, I'd like to invite you to next month's committee meetings. Our next joint committee meeting will be held September 3rd at 4 p.m. We will also have 2 policy committee meetings in September. The first will be a regular committee meeting held on September 3rd at 1 p.m. The second is on September 10th at 4 p.m. and will focus on charter school policies. Draft policies will be posted to our website on August 27th, along with an agenda. Our next action meeting will take place on September 17th at 5 p.m. At this time, we are planning to continue with this hybrid meeting format for our September joint committee meeting. However, we are continuing to adapt, and this may be subject to change. Please continue to check our website and social media for updates on this meeting. I now move to adjourn this meeting of the Board of Education. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The Board of Education meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone, and stay well and safe.
Night.
Thank you.